Świetnie. Dobra, jak się to robiło teraz? O, tutaj tak, o. Pięknie, pięknie. Dobra. Na czym skończyliśmy? Na czym? Co dzisiaj zrobić? Co dzisiaj? Jafar. Dobra, trzeba skończyć tego questa. Może naprawdę to na SSD przerzucić. Będzie o wiele lepiej.
They say there's nothing new under the sun, but somehow
Ale...
picnic in the warm
A, nie tknęłeś.
sunshine never gets old.
No nic. No nic.
I'll have something I haven't tried yet, boss.
Pewien
Sorry,
auto.
sir. I'm afraid you've already tried every type of liquor we serve.
Oh? Well then, just the bill, please. It's just as well, I suppose. I do have other matters to attend to.
Kaya, you're really here! Paimon half thought you were playing some sort of prank on us.
Hey, Paimon, traveler. Looks like the gods smile upon me after all. And come now, I wouldn't joke about wanting to see my good friends.
Wait a second. You must be here on official business, right?
Not at all. The acting Grand Master positively terrifies me. Why would I ever do anything that might displease her? The truth is, I'm in Sumeru to learn about the alcohol industry here. So despite how it might look, Sumeru's spices are famous the world over. And that's why the Knights sent me, their foremost expert in alcoholic beverages, to come and see if it is as good as the rumors say.
And how did that go?
So far, so good. I'm already in talks with some spice merchants in Port Ormos about some...
Yeah, that does sound like a great business opportunity.
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Hey, using your job to settle personal grievances is...
Oh? What makes you say that? Very sharp of you. I wouldn't say I'm familiar.
Steve.
And?
Do I have to? Well, all right. I overheard heard my adopted... I'm sure you'll agree that every... And so I stowed myself away. But it wasn't long before the merchant delegation received... It was a short-lived adventure. Honestly, not much. The only reason I knew that Conria was near Sumeru is because I happened to read that in a book when My life had less and less to do with Conria as I grew. I used to believe that I had inherited some sort of duty from... But then I began to wonder. As well as ensuring that I'd be safely... This is obviously all speculation. Simply put, these days,
One death afternoon, please, boss. Tell me, what do you know about the significance?
Dainsleif?
you've decided to join us. I was wondering how long you planned on listening in.
So you remember me. Then we are already acquainted.
Huh?
What?
I take it that you weren't aware.
Oh my.
I'm surprised that you take me at my...
Well, perhaps what you told me... You're a pure-blood Conrian, aren't you?
Very clever. Forgive...
Kaya, you're not
Hey, hold on now. This conversation is... So what if I know my ancestry? Relax. I'll be just as delighted either way. Looks...
well, alright.
See you around. And Dainsleif, no need to listen in from the sidelines next time we meet. Let me buy you a drink.
You don't really trust him, do you, Dane?
The fact is, I still do not know him well. It would be meaningless for me to jump to conclude, but can a person truly be unaffected by their ancestry? Well, I suspect that they call your brother their prince.
Oh, so if he was the founder...
I mean to investigate the...
Yeah, the Abyss Order's evil plan...
Not new. Not exactly. My memories suffer from erosion. But while I was recovering my health recently, I suddenly remembered something. Your brother. He mentioned the Loom of Fate back when we traveled together. Apparently so.
So, you're
Correct.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's...
No. Now is not the time. No, I'm still waiting.
Seriously?
Ach. To jest górze czy... Może być środek. Ach. Nie, na górze. Się przyklei. Przykleił się.
Wait. This place, it's...
What about it? It looks pretty normal to Paimon. Was it like this hundreds of years ago, too?
Yes. The forest has barely changed from how I remember it. Let's search the area and see what we can find.
Is this a field? It must belong, but it looks like it's been abandoned for a long time. You could be... It's an extinguished bonfire. Forest rangers, perhaps? Looks like it's been ages since...
Nothing else stands out in this area.
Wait, we're just gonna go barging in?
Unlikely. There are no signs of life in this area.
If you say so. Huh. So they're real... Hey, look! It's a bowl!
Can't you smell it? There's a heavy...
Oh, so it's a medicine bowl?
Ech.
Box over Was this a makeup box? That's kinda... This bed looks pretty ordinary. Huh. There's nothing... What sort of person would want to live here? Doesn't look like there's anything else worth it.
My memories are quite foggy, but my subconscious and instincts both assert that something once happened here. But we'll exhaust ourselves if we search aimlessly.
Noises?
It's not much.
Monsters? Wow, Dave's ears are sharp, just like his nose! Surprisingly good shape for a 500-year-old. Although for someone who's as full of surprises as Dane, it's hardly a big deal. Anyway, let's beat up these monsters!
Ah,
Trip on up!
Let's begin.
I doubt that the appearance of those monsters was wholly random. A ley line anomaly, perhaps. Okay.
What? You're going alone?
Your suspicions are as banal as... Not to mention that if even...
Fair enough. Good thing there's a bonfire over there.
Off we go! Ha!
to wszystko. Nie robię przecież.
Your
Oh,
cooking
but-
is as good as ever. Even if there was no other reason, the food alone would be enough for changing the subject. Dane's taking forever. We came together, but now, so... Don't take this the wrong way or anything, but, okay, fine. So, next question. Don't know if it's... The... stars? Wow. Yeah. Paimon understands. Being separated without even knowing their... But we'll find the truth together. Sure as Paimon's your guide. Just you wait, Heavenly Principles. And you too, Teyvat. You know what? We've talked too long about this sad stuff. Let's talk about some... All right. It's getting dark, so why don't you rest? Paimon will take first watch. Don't worry, no... Oh, come on! Don't say that! Paimon just wants to look nighty-night. Go...
Ugh.
Hey, time to wake up. The sun has risen. What a deep sleeper. Tear stains. All right. Rest here a bit longer.
Halt! What? This place is not whatever you think it is. No, your your companion depart. What business is that of yours? Do I make myself quite clear? Leave. Well, what are you waiting for? I've been observing you. Still, I'm warning you. No funny. Okay. Fine. Whatever. Just, you. But no overreacting to anything you see in here, okay? Come on then.
Robi tu narkotyk.
Mind your own. How could he be? He was too young. So don't you lay a finger on him. Just. Huh? You know Conria? Who are you? Do you worship a god, traveler? Sounds like you've had an eventful life. I apologize for my... And all who place faith in the god. That may be this wretched curse of immortality. Who knows how... The curse. We lost our home. All we can do is watch helplessly. Because, although Conria, any who forsook their gods and came to Conria were welcomed when the cataclysm came. We pure, but those whose ancestry belonged, he is Kari Bear. My, how time. I was a noble of Conria. Then, one day, Kari Bear faced great hardship from after all that. I always owed him much, and now she was. We were separated. It could end now. Now that I have lost all, if nothing else, at least. Yes, that. Over here. I'm sure you're wondering why I brought Karibe. Well, it's because he needs a medicine. One which will help him to recover his... I do not hope to break the curse. I am well aware of, but it is said that I believe that it might just work. I read about it. In my youth, I disliked the life of no... The gods have already punished. Never mind. As it happens, I am in dire need. My hands don't have the dexterity they want. Okay.
Grzyb. To jest przekolorowany grzyb.
Also, do you have any of Sumeru's regional specialties on hand?
Nie!
Oh, wonderful. This is the...
Ja. To jest przekolorowany grzyb. No chuj. O! Przekolorowane, ale dygusy.
Is it done?
Co to ma być?
Well, the moment has finally... No! I said before that this which means we must pay a... Let's go.
No. Brudzie.
Look at this statue. god of I will utter no you and your kind destroy you. God of wisdom, my son. If everything the god, then I bow to you. I have. All I ask is for a tiny miracle. Please. I have.
No i znowu. Ach,
Surprise!
żyj. Żyje.
We've prepared the Cory Bear, it's me. It's your father. Cory Bear, Cory Bear. I'm sorry I couldn't be at your side when you were born. But I'm here now. Are you still angry with me, Cory Bear? I know you're awake now. Do you not want to? I'm so sorry, Cory Bear. Forgive me. Please. Please. Oh, gods above. You took. I'd give you my. I knew it. I should never have trusted any. The gods of this world have never stood with humanity, not even for a moment. Other reasons. What do you mean? Huh? You really think so? Give up? No, never. And yes, you're right. Even if I must stay here with him for 50. Let's go. The most crucial ingredient in the. I grow them. The details don't matter, right? There is a waterfall near the I'll be here watching Cory Bear. Good. Then.
God dang it. No i rozkazuje mi, co mam robić. Zrobię się tego questa, później będzie gdzieś Sumeru albo Inazuma. Przynajmniej są te graficzne półki. Nie to.
You're back. Cory Bear's condition is stable. By which I mean he. Anyway, give me the water.
Nie dam mu wody. Nie zasługuję.
I need you to stand guard here for a while. Whatever you do, don't let any for. Good.
Everybody stand!
O! Ale nie wyobrażenia.
Stay cool and face your guilt.
Step on up!
Away now.
Oha.
What happened? Was it monsters? Oh,
O,
Goodness you were here. Oh, yes, I've got the fertilizer. The effects can take some time to kick
może
in, so
wyłączę.
let's get on with it.
Zobaczymy.
Next, we
O,
pick the mushrooms
i
and
wyłączę
repeat the same
blumę.
steps as before to make another dough.
Dalej. No cholera jasna. Nie można mieć teraz tych opcji. Cholera. O, cholera jasna.
Oh, sorry. I just, after resting in this, I have been so very. I do indeed. That's why it was just a fleeting thought.
No i znowu. Moje ulubione. Fetch quest.
We're here. Wait a moment. Hey, what was that? Cory Bear? Oh no, he must have left what? Come on! We. That's not Cory Bear. Right. Cory Bear's scarf. My eyes must be going. Yes, yes.
Idzie na chlanie.
Did it go in here?
Poszedł na chlanie.
What a ghastly place. Has it always existed? Huh. It looks like there. I've never seen anything like this. Oh, the
Muzułmani. Zaistą. Zabisz okej. Zabijamy.
Is this a teleportation device? What energy is powering it?
Zobacz.
Going easy on me? No backup, huh?
Jezus.
Have a safe trip.
Let the show be.
I skrzyneczka. Dwa prigorzyny.
Let's dance.
Let's begin.
Jeszcze? Jeszcze też? No. A tamto?
Surprise!
Trzeba się dostać z góry. Tu. Okej.
How did I get on the ceiling? Did the room turn upside down, or gravity itself?
A, to w ten sposób. Podstawka? Nie. Świetnie.
It seems like I need to find a place to insert the rune.
Jeszcze jedna. Właśnie tam. Na dole, na górze. Tutaj, tutaj. I mamy to. Wracamy. Wracamy się. Tak, wracamy się. Mhm.
Halt, humans! Fate has not granted you the
Bla, bla, bla.
Do you insist on an audience? Very well. Then I grant you the trial.
A, to fajnie.
A moment, please. Stay cool. Face your guilt.
Bardzo fajnie.
Let's light it up! Huh?
Foolish mortal! Perish in the storm!
O, Lander.
Huh?
Desolation!
Chip on us! Teamwork is dreamwork! Let's
Yes.
light it up!
Planetem.
Huh?
Foolish mortal!
That's gonna hurt! coming! Everybody stand back!
To tak nie działa.
Cue the spotlight! Let's light it up!
Okej.
Who was that? He was a perfect. He had the most wondrous, and yet you were able to defeat him. Let's continue on.
Dlaczego on się podniósł? Co to ma być? Nie zapomnij o dwóch Wigorzynach. Co tutaj? A, po prostu błąd.
I think we've made it to the end.
Mhm. Mhm.
Oh dear creature, why do you bow down? You are like a flower, born in sin. You need no longer hold back your go forth. Become a and I shall shed a tear at the end of time.
O.
When I saw that thing, my heart was. I feel. Oh, is that so?
Hmm. Hmm. No nie wiem. No nie wiem.
Cory Bear. Oh, thank goodness. He's still okay. I have a strange feeling for this to happen. Right at the moment when I was dreading worship. You say that I bowed before that thing, so perhaps it might be just as effective. Well, I have to try.
Papa?
Cory Bear! Oh, my God! You see, it worked! Mama is, Cory Bear.
Of course.
How do you
Yes. It feels like I just woke up from a. Wait. My body! Papa!
Don't panic, son. It's just. While you were there's no more Conria here. In this world, you have to be a little monster, but you could.
Am I?
No, of course not. Look, Cory Bear, you still have Mama's scarf on. Yes, really. Oh, and you have to promise never take off. Understand? Whatever happens, you.
Okay, Papa. I won't.
Hmm.
Not since that day have I been so close. I knew once a murderer, always a murderer. But the god we saw in that one. Now then, piety is hardly my a sinner. Oh, don't be absurd. You and I have both. No matter. I am going to pay my respects with or without you.
Ech. Ten biegan jest gnojem. Jeszcze raz.
Adventure time. Off we go. Huh? Yeah. Surprise!
No dużo obrażenia, no dużo. Jak na te
Adventure
poziomy.
time. Teamwork is true. Over here. Let the magic begin. Let's light it up.
No ty. Musieli.
No. Impossible. What happened? The Hilichurl worshippers have disappeared too? Was it all an illusion? That's true. Yes, it can't have been it was neither illusion nor coincidence and let's go, traveler. There is surely a reason for its disappearance, and I do believe that someday in the future we shall see it. Could he really have?
O.
Kari Bear? Where has he gone? Oh, no, no, no. Maybe someone else came by and... No, it can't have been that. There's no sign of a break-in and no sign of anyone having been... This does not bode well. What if he Wait a minute. This isn't how... Oh, no. The mirror, it's broken! He must have taken his mask off. And... see... If he'd just done as he was told! We have to find him.
Oh well. No nic.
It's his scarf. Looks like we're going the right way. Come on.
Ten szalik jest.
Cory Bear!
Za mały.
Cory Bear!
Okej,
Where are
będzie.
you? Curses! Forest rangers.
Hey! Who are you? We haven't seen you around here before. What's your business here?
Have you seen a, hill?
I asked you first.
I said, have you...
Hey, whoa! There are hilly churls everywhere.
Exactly. Matter of fact,
You... Forest rangers!
You're raving.
Curse you all, forest rangers!
I don't get it. Why make such a huge fuss?
He'd only just regained his mind, so tell me.
Jeez. You're really not gonna let this go. I was frightened at first, but it didn't seem to have any interest in me at all. It was just bumbling along in that direction.
Yeah,
Wait, you're leaving? Not even a thanks for the
Takie dzięki za info. Takie dzięki. Nic właśnie nie należy. Nic nie robicie. O, wyżej. Pierwsza. Kurwa. Oho, oho. Chyba będzie magik. Chyba będzie magik. Witam. Ale podejrzewam, że to będzie magik.
Cory Bear! Cory Bear, stop! Whatever you saw, it was... I told you. Cory Bear? How could this happen? Come! Cory Bear, we have to go home now.
Papa.
Cory Bear,
Papa, I can't take it.
please, Cory Bear. It's my fault. I'm so sorry. If only I'd known.
It's all too much. Papa.
Czyli co, nie ma magika?
Finally.
Wiem, że magik będzie.
Ah, traveler. You're wait, no. Why am I still calling you traveler? Oh, I have Oh, of course you In any case, my real Clotar Alberic. You saw it too, didn't you? Unmistakable, eh? Yeah, I am positive. Oh, at long last, I have seen it. That is no business of yours. A sinner. Coribert did not deserve his fate, but now, it's wonderful. He will be able to weep. Born into abject sorrow, he shall now become the loom. Huh? Sinister? Oh, I never. We once believed that you would bring new strength to us. You and the one who controls the abyss can. We yearned for that future. But what did you? Oh.
What did he just call me?
Discord.
Traveler! Hey, traveler! Traveler!
Paranoja.
You're awake! Oh, thank goodness you're awake. Paimon was worried sick.
What happened while you were unconscious? I checked the ley lines nearby. Information and memories flow within the ley lines. You mean Clot? After founding the Abyss Order, his faith in the Abyss led him to do a great many, but the curse of immortality continued to torment his body and mind. After 100 years, he lost his mind completely, yet his dark legacy lived on. The defiled, you could say that.
Are you alright? You have a troubled look on your face.
Blah, 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 blah.
So you saw his memories from centuries ago, still, as I'd suspected, and it seems closely connected to Clotar Albert, and yet your brother never breathed a word of this incident to me. I wonder. Indeed. Clearly this series... What is it?
The field? What?
You mean here?
You scared the Duke out of Paimon!
Duke.
Did you rebury them yet?
A male and female skeleton. Interestingly, the male skeleton appears to have been interred much later. But what does this mean? And how did you... What? That's it, unless... Clotar Albery finally found a way to rid himself... This all raises far too many questions. We should part ways.
Huh? You're just gonna...
It's better that we split up for now. I think that he...
Who's he?
Yes. If the time is right,
But what do you mean that he saw the Traveler?
I fear that while these things would limit any...
What? Why? What?
All right, let's leave it there.
There goes Dane. What is it? Huh?
Czy to koniec? Koniec Sumeru? Tak. Fuck! No nie. Jak to stupę już mieć ten font. Jestem do fonta, ja nie. Nie, no co to ma być? Nie no. Co mnie to... Co? Dzik? Tego dzika to bije. Co to jest? Nawet nie wiem. Ale mięso jest z niego dobro. A, Fontaine. I że sami... A. No dobra. Niech ci będzie. O!
Caravan Rebat. Now let Paimon... Oh, Paimon remembers. Nahita's consciousness. So much time has already passed since then. Paimon just hopes this...
No, bardzo dużo. Minęło tylko...
time.
Ile?
Nahita won't
Musiałem
have
skipować czasu.
to deal with.
2-3 tygodnie.
Yeah, guess come to think of it, maybe it's all because of you. Maybe you're just a magnet for trouble. Huh? Me? Before Paimon ran into you, Paimon never ran into any trouble. Anyway, for Nahita's sake, maybe we should think about...
O,
Look what it
jest!
is.
Jak to
Run into
Fontaine,
you in a
tak.
place like this? I can see you two still
Takie dwa dni.
wandering around.
2? A,
Oh,
2.
it's Dia!
Nie, 2,5.
Just wandering around. We're
Tam to trochę zajęło.
Some serious business. Even though it may have nothing to do with our journey. But never mind that. What brings you here?
I just finished a commission in the desert for a usual client of mine. Nothing too interesting. Just escorting a shipment of goods. That's when I saw you two all the way over there, chatting away. What were you two? Huh? You serious? Can't say I saw that coming. Bumping into you like this will become a rarity. Hey, how about I gather a few mercs to escort you two?
Thanks, but no need. Oh, Paimon had no clue you'd miss us so much. But don't worry, we'll come back to see everyone when we get a chance.
Sounds good. All you need to do to get to Fontaine is cross this stretch of desert and navigate some waterways. Knowing you two, I'm sure it won't be anything you can't handle. So, when are you leaving?
Oh, wait a sec. Paimon just remembered there are still a few dishes in Sumeru that we haven't tried yet.
I see. Guess you won't, though, now that I think about it, Sumeru wouldn't be what it is today without you.
By the way, should we go say bye to Nahida? Oh, good point. Then there's no need to bother her in the real world.
Then, I guess this is goodbye for now, traveler.
Goodbye, Dia. Bye-bye, Sumeru.
Pierdalam. O, rzeczywiście. Ale po co się męczyć? Po co się męczyć? Robimy coś takiego. Luj, idą. No i pyk.
After crossing all that sand and water, we finally made it. Oh, this must be... Wow. Everything looks so advanced in Fontaine. Paimon's heard that the industry, just seeing the sights as a tourist is nice, but maybe it would be better if we found something to do. What do you think? Good idea. Nahida, seeking out the Seven is probably still our best source for information at this. Yeah, the more we can learn, the better. So, what do you think the Hydro Archon's like? Will we get along? Nahida said that she has a very unique personality. To learn about a nation's god, start with the nation's people. There seems to be some locals talking over there. Let's go see if we can join the party.
O, ach. Moje ulubione.
If you ask me, it's a tragedy how things ended for him.
Yeah, I didn't expect that kind of ending for him. I thought he would at least fight on a little longer for his family. I was expecting a sudden plot twist, but it's a pity that it never happened.
Excuse me. Can I help you two? I couldn't help but notice you...
Hi.
Play? Oh, no. We're talking about something that really happened. In fact, it's a case that was just heard a few days...
Really? Like, a real trial?
Well, good trials are often based on true
Ej,
stories,
Saturni.
aren't they?
Świetnie.
And what you see in reality may also be someone deliberately putting on an act while harboring ulterior motives. Whether something is true or not simply isn't that important. The main thing is whether the story being acted out on the stage is... Oh, but it looks like you're not from around here. You probably don't know that the Fontaine...
But, shouldn't court cases be treated a little more seriously than that? Not to question Fontaine's way of doing things. It's just that putting someone on...
No worries. Other visitors... And as for your worries about whether the cases are treated with due reverence, as well as the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, a machine created by the Archon. Between the machine and the Chief Justice, false charges and injustice are a thing of the past now.
Oratrice? Is it some kind of machine too? Oh, Paimon's curious. Wait, Paimon almost forgot to ask you our question. Do you know
Ow.
what we should do if we want to meet the Hydro Archon?
Oh, that's easy. Just go to the Opera House. Lady Farina practically lives there.
I think what they mean is that they wish to speak with the Archon. In that case, I'm afraid it's going to be a tad more difficult.
Huh. Is the Hydro Archon super busy taking...
No, Lady Farina seldom...
That's right.
Bla 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 bla.
First time Paimon's ever heard of an Archon being described... Wait! Paimon gets now! The Hydro Archon is...
Yeah, I suppose.
Hang on. This is still Fontaine's Archon you're talking about. You should show some more...
Yes, you're right.
Come on. Sure, there's a lot of laws here.
Alright, I think we get it. Thank you! At least we now know that we can find the Hydro Archon at the Opera House. But who knows how long making an appointment... Hey! What are you looking over there for? Huh. Maybe something's the matter. She isn't going to jump into the water, is she? Maybe we better go check on her.
Och, och. No nie, żeby zdobyć te darmowe... O Boże. Jaki w dupę Taurus. Taurus Iracundus. To ty? Taurus. O Boże, o nie. O... Cholera jasna. Jeszcze jeden. Umbralilis Orchis. To jest... Nie, to jest Imperatrix Umbrosa. A Imperatrix Umbrosa. Raiden. I chyba dwójkę trzeba zrobić, więc... O Boże. God dang it. Nie. 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 Dopiero jutro można odblokować kolejne, więc chyba Raiden to będzie. O Boże. O Boże. Tak są moje darmowe rzeczy.
Have you ever seen these stickers on my back?
Hazard. Mamy hazard. Niebieskie. Niesamowite.
Malazines like to
Hazard.
sometimes.
Co można robić? Można robić te questy. Albo czyścić tą nieszczęsną Inazumę. Albo... te abysy. To trzeba coś zrobić. O Boże. No nic, trzeba pobudować. Mamy jakieś pyro? Hero damage? Mam. Nie, niech będzie to. Niech będzie też i to. On to gdzieś, że są słabe. Dobre. Na przykład to, nie wiem. No jest trochę zbudowana. Zobaczmy. A, Kryo. Dlaczego głównych DPS-u mam Kryo? Prawda. Na pewno na górę leci Bennett. Wezmę też Niamfej. No kur... Nie, coś takiego. Tutaj. Coś takiego. Bla. Tak. Albo palenie. W sumie. Cholera, mam Kindla. Holender.
More speed.
No nic. To już od razu wybuchło? Co to ma być?
Everybody stand back. Get out of my way. Vengeance will be mine. Eye for an eye. Objection. Let's light it up.
Pal się.
Scatter. I'm going in. Motion to compel.
Nie, kolejny.
Incinerate. Blood of frost. I condemn you. Boom! Inadmissible evidence. Everybody stand. Scatter. Germinate.
A to się pali po prostu. Czyli trzeba jakiegoś elektro bardziej. Nie. Okej. Uczymy się nowych rzeczy.
Nice and spicy. Eat this!
A moment, please.
Bomba. Ale bomba. Ale bomba. No i zrzucamy się na tego. Teraz na tego. Najpierw tak, później tak. Poszło bardzo szybko. Jak na moje te możliwości. Elemental Boost. Niech będzie. O nie.
Let's light it up.
Pal się.
Incinerate. Motion to compel. Shudder. Teamwork is Incinerate.
I chłop geo.
Vengeance will be mine. Eye for an eye.
O, nawet nieźle.
Beg for mercy.
No druga część troszkę pójdzie jeszcze szybciej. No właśnie. Okej. Jak to mówią, we're going places. No nie, no.
Motion to compel. Good grief. Touché.
Halo.
Freeze
O.
to the core. Shudder.
O. O. Co się z nimi stało?
Booba, get them! You're toast!
O. O. When HP... Uuu. Uuu. Nie. Hydrokryopyro. Okay. Pyro. No to... Lecimy coś takiego. Będzie lepszy burn. Teraz coś takiego. Sądzianik trzeba wylewelować. No to pyro kwiatek się spotka z moim gniewem.
I hear everything.
Incinerate!
Beg for mercy. Crush. More speed. Let's light it up. Teamwork is
Invincible?
Ups. Okej. A tak, pyro. Dobra. Nieważne. Nieważne.
Let's begin.
Let the show begin.
Użymy najpotężniejszej postaci w tej grze.
A moment, please. Don't run away now.
Okej, kolejna. Damage dealt to opponents. Weak point. Nie wiem. Ja znam wszystkie, więc biorę.
Shudder. Vengeance will be mine.
7. Trochę ich będzie.
Crush. Beg for mercy. Boom boom.
Can't see.
Crush.
I'll uproot you.
Shudder.
Niedobrze.
Everybody stand back.
Niedobrze. Bardzo niedobrze.
More speed.
Najpierw może tych.
Beg for mercy. Freeze to the core.
Co za boost ma? Co to ma być?
Let us cross swords.
Nie będzie ten. Ile jeszcze?
Incinerate! Breath of the flame! Going in!
O,
Why do they never
a,
miss?
to zginęło.
Off we go!
No nie wiem jak. Kiedy. Jest bardzo niedobrze. Okay. W sumie nazwa adekwatna
More
do
speed.
tego co się dzieje.
Let's light it up!
No przestań.
Crush. Beg for mercy.
Cholero jedno.
Motion to compel!
Shudder.
Jeszcze to zniszczyć?
Beg for
Chyba nie.
mercy.
Teamwork is dreamwork!
Flood of frost. I condemn you.
Let's light it up!
One with the force.
Good grief.
Boom boom! I'm going in!
Shudder. Beg for mercy. Vengeance will be mine. Rapid ruin. Shudder. Eye for an eye. More speed.
Dobra. O. No tutaj raczej szybciej to pójdzie. To jest akurat pyro, więc dla mnie jeszcze lepiej. O wiele szybciej. Już nie żyje tak naprawdę.
A moment, please.
Znowu.
More speed.
Tak naprawdę nie mam postaci.
Light it up.
O, Świetnie.
Incinerate! Admissible evidence! Teamwork is beg for mercy. Shudder!
O, moje ulubione.
More speed. Let's light it up! Boom boom!
Can't see.
Touche! Flood of frost! Crush! Motion to compel! Shudder! I'm going in! Crush!
Okej, mamy go. Jak szybko się zabije tego.
Let's dance!
Tak, tak.
Stay cool. Face your guilt.
Okej. Okej. Już 2 abysy zrobione. Został ostatni. Charakter figures Vaporize. 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 Vap. Szybki wpierdol. 0-3 i do domu. A, oponenci. Chłopki. Hydrokryo. No chcę wziąć na ten pierwszy, ale... Kryło przeciwnicy na drugim. No nic, no nic. Weźmiemy... Tyk, tyk, tyk tym razem. Bo nie mam dobrych postaci dendro. Dużo małych przeciwników. Luj. Luj.
Odds reveal
Another
thyself!
test subject.
Teamwork is drift! Shudder!
A little taste.
Beg for mercy!
No dobra, widzę. 12 trzeba pokonać.
Freeze to the core! More speed! Rack and ruin!
I got careless. Picked the wrong test subject.
Chodź tu.
Crush!
Chodź tu.
Got careless.
Let's light it up! Boom boom! Beg for mercy!
The wrong test subject.
Touche!
No. Dawaj mi. Dawaj go.
Crush! Vengeance will be mine! Eye for an eye!
The fairy. Say no more. To the fairy.
No. No tutaj nawet nie muszę się martwić.
Surprise!
How's this? Way now. Finally. To the fairy.
Another test.
Have a safe trip.
Halo. No. No. Normal charge attack. No i to się nazywają buściki. A nie jakieś weak spoty. Zwiększone obrażenia. No nie. Już tego nie lubię. Bardzo tego nie lubię. Pieprzeni wodni przeciwnicy. Nienawidzę. Bardzo ich nienawidzę. Lodowi jeszcze lepsi.
Beg for mercy. More speed.
Wypiesza.
Shudder.
Pedzik.
Oz revealed by crush.
No rest for the wicked.
Tego energy charge trzeba na balecie zrobić. To jest jakiś set na recharge'a?
Beg for mercy. Crush. Vengeance will be mine.
O Boże.
Shudder.
O Boże. Świetnie.
Midnight phantasm.
Zamknij się.
I'm going in. Good grief. Beg for mercy.
Wait. Mogę to zabić? Będzie git? To się nie liczy.
Adventure time. Teamwork is strength.
No nie no.
Freeze to the core. I condemn you.
No akurat mam noblesa na nim. No teraz.
Nice and spicy. Let the show begin. La 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 la.
A moment, please. Still get a little chilly.
Ale melty. O.
Cue the spotlight.
Let's begin. Have a safe trip. Another test subject. I got careless. The wrong test subject. A moment, please.
Overloady. Powiadasz.
The wrong test subject.
O. Bez plama. To jest pneuma. Mam cię.
My way now.
Mam cię. No i baja. A tam Janku to tam były. A tu wodni. No i baja. Nie. Czy tyle biją? Co to ma być? No to to jest.
By royal decree. Shudder. Beg for mercy. Crush. Vengeance will be mine. More speed. Adventure time.
Ty gnoj.
Teamwork is Shudder.
O Boże. No weźmy najpierw tego gnoja.
Beg for mercy.
Ale fajnie, prawie zginął. O,
Shudder.
zera.
Off we go. Crush. Out of my sight. Let's light it up. Benny's adventure team.
Nie!
I have.
Dobra, trzeba działać czysto na skillu.
Flows through me. Flood of frost.
Czysto na skillu.
Crush.
Tą się zamrozi, tego można bić.
By royal decree.
Cholera.
Beg for mercy. I'll be back. With a vengeance.
No dobra, niech będzie. Nie, to... Tu muszę jakiegoś healera wziąć. Nie. Cholera. Tu jakiś healer. Może barbary. Ładno. Dobra, nie? Tych... Zrobione. Zrobione. Trochę. Ile tu daje? 50? O. Oj, 2 poziomy. Dobra. Czy tu będą kwiotki? Czy tu będą kwiotki? Tu chyba nie ma kwiotków. Chociaż? Nie, sam. Jeszcze są. Nie ma już. bombo. Oho, oho. Niesamowite. Cholera, tego gobletu nie widziałem. Goblet, goblet. To był ten. Niesamowite. Lepszego nie widziałem. Okej. Dobra, którą prostą?
Oh,
Jotki,
ow! Where did that come from? I
grzyby.
wonder when
Oj,
I'll be as tall
nienawidzę.
as my big sister.
Oj, jeszcze, oj, jeszcze. O! Mount Hulao. To jest Mount Hulao. Tu jest. Pozbieram te korlapisy. Ale trzeba zmienić postać. Łatwiej, przyjemniej. Zbierało. Tego nie zrobiłem. A, bo mi się nie chce.
More speed.
Nie. Jak czytać? Już nic.
More speed.
Tu na dole. Nie. Tutaj są jeszcze.
More speed.
Mhm. Tak, bo już nie. Nie to. Postacie. I
Yesterday's experiences make me.
pozbędę się tych. Okej. 12 tych z elektrokost. Do domu. Przyjął. Pisze można.
I created another universe and founded paradise. For I, Fischl, and the Prinzessin der Verirrt.
Okej. Elektrokost. No to trzeba porobić elektrokostkę. Gdzie ona była? Nie, tak. W którą stronę?
I'll protect us.
No dalej. Idź ze mną. Binie strzelę.
Let's begin.
O, to jest najprostsza kostka.
Away now. Let's begin.
Everybody stand!
Dwa. Ale... jeden ten. Nie aż tak źle. O. Każda kostka jest prosta. Nie no, dla mnie kryokostka, bo nie mam żadnych pyro dobrych postaci. Zobaczmy. To wyrosło gówno. I nie. Jeszcze nie. Nie, to mi... No tak. Pyro to shit. Kostka. Tak, tak. No ma tą mechanikę, że trzeba odbijać te upiski.
Add Astra. Thank you for
No.
Add Astra.
Całe Prigorzyny. W ogóle nie jest intuicyjny. Powiadasz. Bekon. Parówy. Nie, tych nie. Nie mogę używać. O. Gdzie tu były te fajne? Physical damage. Atak, atak. Nie, to było to. Marchew. Cholera. Tylko większy potrzebuje tych marchwi. A, kabel. Kabel grach. Hmm. Dobra. Grzyb. Dobra. Stawię trochę. Jaja. Jaja. 50 jaj. Tylko 5. Ród.
There will definitely be some.
Dobra. Aha. Okej. O. Super. A, okej. Nie. Idol. Idol. Można spróbować tego Tidala. Masz 4. To masz 42, ale mnożnik do ataku. Tu mniejsze, a tu większe. Okej. Jakie to były? Skondensowane. Elyno. Jakieś. Fontaine. Tutaj. Ale pod wodą można bardziej znaleźć. Więcej nawet. No dobra, w sumie. Talenty. Nie mogę bardziej. Nie. Fakty. O. Może być. O ile ma teraz? 200. No i baja. No i baja. Belia.
Way now. Have a safe trip.
Nienawidzę French. Tak za mało tego recharge'a. Chyba Paweł nie sam muszę mu dać.
A moment, please.
O.
We go. I always bounce back.
Wow.
Just watch me. Let's light it up. Teamwork is dreamwork.
No nienawidzę. Dobra. Zdenerwowali mnie. Też. Co to było? Luj.
Let's dance. Come on, we can do it.
Let's begin. Things get a little chilly. Way now.
Over here.
Aha, aha. Chodź tu. Chuliganie. Niesamowite. Ty chuliganie.
Everybody
Dobra.
stand back.
A moment, please. Have a safe trip. Let's begin.
Co to? O! O! Nieładna. Bennett lubi HP. Louis ma atak. I ma crit rate'a. Dlaczego? Bo tak. Nie zabronię mu mieć crit rate'a. Ja bym lekko wniosła. Tabliczki. Tabliczki trzeba. No mam tabliczki. Zużyje się trochę tych kształków. Kolejne. O nie. O nie. O. No dobra. Czy to był jakiś shitowy? Trzeba się przekonać. Dobra, zmienimy mu na alfawę newsa. I teraz ile ma recharge'a? 246. Okej. Zobaczymy. Będzie dobra. Sonic Water Application, Hydra, bla 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 bla. Dobrze, dobrze.
Off we go. Adventure time. Let's light it up. Let the show begin.
Away now. Stay cool.
Ile? O nie, to jest ten. O Boże. Nie no, wywalę z tymi bumblami. Bomby. Ty.
Let's begin. It's going to get a little chilly.
No i mamy. Nawet nie fiolet. Nawet nie fiolet. Dobra. A, no tak. Nie, tak nie pokazuję. Lecimy do najgorszego miasta w tej grze. Ikra. Jest ta nieszczęsna tabliczka. Te są jutro. Tak. Co się jutro zrobi? I tak się zrobi Favoniusa. Wystarczy. Wystarczy. 25 milionów. Kwiotka trzeba bić. Muszę zobaczyć jak działa. Co mam powtarzać? Ła. Energy recharge. Co to jest? Wanderer Troop. A, elemental. Zawsze czwórka. Energy recharge będzie. HP. Niech będzie. Niech będzie.
Off we go! Let's light it up! Over here! I'll protect us.
Kalamus. Kamus. I używanie. Świetnie, świetnie. Dobra. Janning. O. O. Kolejna rzecz do hazardu. Ej, ten nieszczęsny oceanid. A do oceanida muszę wziąć jakąś postać z łukiem.
The threads of your fate.
Nieszczęsny oceanid. Nawet nie chce mi się tam płynąć. O, to też jest.
It's raining.
An assassin from our homeland, or a fool who trespasses upon the waters of Chainsa.
Szybciej.
Counting the shapes of the living, pure water can take on many forms. In this way, shall water deliver your punishment. The power of water is its ability to take any shape. Without solid ground, terrestrial creatures become simply helpless.
Mhm.
The power of water is its ability to take any shape.
No nienawidzę tego ptaka. O, świetnie. Mój ulubieńcy.
Midnight Phantasmagoria!
Nie.
Everybody stand back!
O! Świetnie.
Let's begin.
Nie, no tego oceanu nienawidzę.
Surprise!
O, paść.
Adventure time!
Gin.
Oz, we're...
One who is ignorant of water's treasures fails also to comprehend its horrors.
A moment, please.
Let's see what happens when you lose your foothold. The power of water is its ability to take any shape.
I'm going in!
Nie. Nie.
Stay cool. Face your guilt.
As long
Oh.
as rain falls and rivers flow,
Mambastycznie.
water will exist forever.
No, tylko dwa. Ale tego gnoja trzeba. O. Cholera. Ile mam masek? Mógłby się przydał pofarmić. Tak czy siak. Maski, 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 maski. No to nieźle. No to nieźle. Pozużywane wszystkie. Niedobrze. Niedobrze. Dobra. Robimy tą nieszczęsną fabułę. Zmienię tą. Gdzie jest Barbara?
We can do it! Steady, go! Let the show begin.
Hello there.
Huh? Ah, I'm fine. Thanks.
Oh, okay then. We just noticed.
About many things, actually. But I was just reminiscing about a place my brother and I would play when we were kids.
You're pointing at the sea.
Though people call the waters around Fontaine a sea, and though I can still see that hill clearly in my memories, he would skip and jump, tossing sand in the wind.
The sun shone, but now the water is. It won't be long before.
Sorry.
I don't believe we've had the pleasure of meeting. Are you Lynette's new friends?
Oh, and
Thanks for looking after my sister. She often comes here to reminisce about our allow me to introduce myself. I'm Linny, and this is my sister Lynette. If I had to guess, I'd say you must be travelers from abroad.
nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the trap. We were just talking with you.
I see.
Oh, really? Then you two are just like us. Paimon's always the one talking for some reason. So that's how you think it is?
I also think my brother can be too talkative at times.
Seems you were right, Paimon. We...
So, what did Lynette mean?
Oh, that. It's from a prophecy that's been... Well, I suppose prophecy isn't exactly the right word, because that implies a certain... Where to begin? Let's put that question on hold for a moment. We still haven't formally greeted each other.
Did all the introductions earlier not count?
Hello, traveler. And hello, Paimon.
Hey! Why didn't Paimon get a handshake? You're not poking fun at Paimon.
Please, don't take offense. Just consider it a sort of etiquette.
Oh, alright.
Etyka. Łapanie do
Well,
dupa.
Paimon's just happy to have a local friend now. By the way, we were just getting ready to go to the opera house.
So you're going to see Lady Farina? No problem at all. Please, follow me.
Szybciej.
You said you were going to see Lady Farina? Well, it seems Lady Farina has come.
So, she's the Hydro-Archon? But how did she know we were looking for...
My dear people, rich and poor, those with cup in hand and those with nothing at all, raise your glasses in celebration! If you don't have one, then just raise your hand in lieu.
Boo.
You can all
Boo.
see, two unfamiliar travelers have arrived in our nation. Come, let us make a toast in honor of this traveler and her companion who have journeyed here from distant lands.
Okay.
Is she talking about us?
I've long heard of the turmoil and chaos you've left in your wake as you visited other nations. But I welcome you nevertheless. No, I have come to receive you. Fear is for insignificant cowards. I am a god, and I will never enter. Of course, seeking an audience with me, I, Fosalor, hereby welcome.
Yeah.
Fajnie, bo jestem zabójcą demon. Bogów, nie demon.
The Hydro-Archon. Miss Hydro-Archon?
I see. As Outlanders, you inevitably lack even some of the most basic understanding. Don't forget that even the gods can be divided into the mediocre and the excellent. You had best stop and consider. Do you really have the noble qualities and etiquette necessary to communicate with a god? All it takes is a flick of my finger for me to know everything about you.
Whoa. Talk about sounding high and mighty.
Oh? What's with these looks? Perhaps the welcoming ceremony still is...
Is she waiting for us to start talking?
Wow, I didn't expect to see Lady Farina here. What a surprise! Wait, does this mean they're the legendary blonde traveler?
Hey, what's all the commotion? Oh, is that Lady Farina?
Of course. That's the blonde traveler.
Ooh, I've got to see this. I knew Lady Farina would never disappoint.
Tak, jestem Simple Fruit.
But don't get too excited now.
Furina to jest odzorowanie mnie.
Spectators alike
Znaczy moje...
get quite rowdy, and despite the noise, I've come to tolerate all their ruckus.
nazwać?
You may
Osobowość.
consider
O,
this my reward
odzorowanie mojej
to
osobowości.
all of you. I have determined that there will be an epic duel between myself and this traveler from another land, just as you were hoping to see.
Now she wants to fight?
Ty najebać.
Are we getting a little ahead of ourselves?
Śmierć, śmierć, śmierć.
I'm not afraid. Might I remind you that this is a duel against the divine?
What are you trying to do, traveler? Provoking a god in front of her...
Stand down, Clorend. Unfortunately, people now...
Oh, yeah, she's right. Just a duel wouldn't be all that interesting.
On Aranias, criminals are always requesting duels.
You see. Then, as the god
Huh?
of justice, I shall face this traveler in another kind of duel.
Right. This is Fontaine, after all.
Dobra.
Such a grand opera house. It would be a pity not to use it.
Pod jakim względem, że ja jestem głównym podejrzanym, czy on być własnym prawnikiem?
Besides, how exactly do you plan to have a duel in...
Oh, according to Fontaine law, no one is permitted to release any flying objects within Fontaine City.
Oh, so that's what they've done wrong.
You call that obvious?
Precisely. Now, if you two have no objections, then in the name of the Hydro Archon, I order your arrest.
My apologies, Lady Farina. I don't mean to spoil. I don't think that Paimon here meets...
You tell her, Linny! Finally, someone who's not
Great magician
As a magician who just rained on your parade, I naturally should shoulder the responsibility of saving the show. So, with such an audience gathered here...
Ta-da!
What's that on Paimon's back? Hey, when did you do that?
Nie na plecach, tylko na dupie.
There. As you can all clearly see, Paimon should be
Światło.
classified as
Ciemno.
something like a balloon. This rope has
Właśnie
been
jest
the traveler's
ciemno.
hand all along.
Jak...
It's just that no one could see it before.
Jeszcze nie ma tego. W grudniu.
You call
Dość
that
ciekawe.
magic? You've got to be joking.
Huh.
Amusing. Very amusing.
Performance? You see all this
In which case, consider the matter but when there are valid grounds, I will not only judge but even the gods of other lands. I look forward to seeing your upcoming performance at the
Huh.
That's a problem for future Paimon. That whole scene just now was really...
Don't mention it. I just happened to remember that there was such a law, so I did a little preparation, just in case. I didn't think it would actually come in handy. So, now do you...
She can be a bit confusing at times, but she is still amenable to reason.
Anyway, Paimon had no...
I just know it will actually be my first time performing on the most prestigious stage in Fontaine.
But isn't the Opera House where criminal trials...
When there are no public trials being held, the Opera House hosts a variety of other performances. And speaking of
My brother's always excited to make...
Oh, sure. We don't really have anything...
Splendid. In that case, why don't we go together? Oh, you really mean it? This is a magical item known as a magic pocket.
Tym bym nie wyszedł do ludzi.
Huh? What are they going to use it for?
About that... You asked me before about... I'm not sure exactly when it began. It says that every person in Fontaine is born with sin. No matter how the nation of justice holds
To jest
trial
zabawa
after
w
trial,
Jezusa?
this sin cannot be absolved.
Czy w Boga?
Until one day, the water levels in Fontaine will rise, and the sinful people will slowly be drowned. In the end, the people will all be dissolved
To jest
into the
zabawa w Boga.
waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
That sounds pretty gloomy. Why are people in Fontaine born with sin?
There are lots of guesses. Some say that the ancestors of Fontaine, others say that the people of Fontaine never... But here in Fontaine, evidence is what matters. There hasn't been concrete evidence for any of these claims, so they can only be regarded as conjecture.
If even the people in Fontaine don't know what sin they committed, wouldn't it be better just to...
Po prostu zrobili zalew i tyle.
That's exactly what the people did at first. But in the last few years, the water level...
Many places have already been completely submerged. And now, like...
Many people carry on with their lives as before and shrug it off as a natural phenomenon. But my family and I think that the people of Fontaine shouldn't ignore the possibility, which would end up sentencing them to death. We hope that at least the people who reside near the waterfront can move away before it's too late. So, we've started distributing magic pockets to them. As a magical item, these magic pockets have astonishing capacity. I'm sure they will come in handy when people are moving their belongings.
Oh, Paimon gets it! It's like preparing for a rainy day!
Perhaps only absolute power could ever contend with such a catastrophe. But who knows? We're just tiny specks in the grand scheme. Now, if you...
Einstein Magic Item. Czy? A. Dobra. Jak mają.
What's this? So you also believe in the...
What? You mean...
No, I believe in the prophecy. But the story says that as time wore... So...
Oh.
All right, I'll take it.
No dobra, wezmę. Zakabaliście mnie. Quitwerową tą torebką foliową.
A magic pocket? Seems you really thought of everything. Thanks. Oh, please.
Chcesz się wkleść na statek.
Huh? I don't want that thing. Way I see it, if the prophecy's true, it's still gonna be a long time before the water can cover Life is all about living in the moment.
You should still take it.
Oh, all right, fine. Thanks. It's just that if I start...
Babo. jeśli statek zatonie.
Oh, you already handed out all of the magic pockets? That was fast. So, yes, but that will change once disaster strikes.
Is there anything else you need to do before we...
Yes, one last thing. I have the...
So, you want to collect materials?
Oh, that would be much appreciated.
Nie! Nie! Rzucę na dole. Chyba na dole.
It seems we have to use hydro to collect for maritime flowers.
Nie będę zmieniać pieprzonego. A, nie, Avalera.
You made quick work of that. I can tell you're an experienced... Maybe next time.
No way. I'm in power saving mode today.
Fine. Though the performance is still a long way off.
So, we're going to the Court of Fontaine before we head to the Opera House?
Wait, shh. Have you noticed that person over there? The young girl.
Huh? What's wrong?
She's obvious. Magicians and thieves practice similar methods. We divert attention, watch her movements.
Oh, he's right!
Brawo!
Shh, keep your
Brawo!
voice down. We need to think of a way to catch her, but it seems she's very alert. You two can ride the lift over there and wait up top. I bet that'll... All right.
Nie użyję windy.
This is the spot where Linny wanted us to wait. Oh, look! Isn't that her? Oh no! Did she notice us? What should we do? Should we chase her? You're right. She might also be trying to lure us. Nothing's happened for a while now. Paimon wonders if Linny caught the thief. Yeah, let's go.
Are you sure that's all she took? You should check to make sure you're not missing anything else.
No, that was all. Anyway, I should be going.
Oh, were you returning what the thief had stolen?
That's right. Pity I wasn't able to catch her. She distracted me by dropping the thing she stole on the ground. By the time I looked back, she was already...
I saw the general direction she went, but Linny twisted his ankle, and
Oh,
I'll be all right.
if you want to play at being a hero, at least try not to get hurt doing it. Imagine what would happen if you managed to derail our performance as a result.
You're right, you're right. Sorry, Lynette. I have to admit that the thief... But at least we were able to get the
what a slippery little thief. Guess things turned out all right in the end, though. Linny's initiative paid off.
All right, let's put this little detour behind us.
Dobra, gdzie Prigorzyny? Potrzebuję Prigorzynów w moim życiu.
So, we ride this thing to go into the city? What an ingenious way to...
This is an aqua bus. It's pretty convenient, but the ride...
So you mean it's still boring, even when I...
No, that's not what I meant. It's... Besides, it doesn't really feel like a real trip.
Guess that's what it's like to be an older brother.
It's about time for us to leave. Let's...
Excuse me. Aren't you the great magician Linny? And is a
Hello? I don't believe...
I'm Charlotte, a reporter for the Steambird.
Nice to meet you. From the Steambird, huh?
It's an honor to meet you. Wait, could that be the legendary traveler who's been making headline after headline in their journey across Tibet?
Yeah.
Amazing! You recognize everybody almost immediately!
I wouldn't be much of a reporter if I didn't know who's who, would I? Wow, today must be my day. Who knew I would end
So, Charlotte, what do you
Well, when there isn't any breaking news, I mainly cover the trials at the Opera House. You can still manage to keep readers' attention as long as you tell things from a clever enough angle, even if it's the same old topics. For example, reporting on how a scammer once deceived vulnerable girls into relationships, or how a financial criminal was so poor that they
Gdzieś to już widziałem.
5 days.
I to nie w Genshinie, ni w żadnej innej grze. Gdzieś to już widziałem.
That's fine and all, but what I'm really after is exclusive. Oh, I just remembered. I've been following it. You mean the series? That's right. These stories are the talk of the town right now. If I'm the first with a draft ready to pub, when that happens, I bet all the other reporters will shed tears of.
So, what is the serial disappearances of young women case?
That's right. The first missing girl case happened almost 20 years, and ever since, after a period of time, another girl disappears. But the scariest part is that to this day, none of the girls have ever been found. Many suspects have been arrested over the years in connection with this case, but shortly after each arrest, another disappearance would always happen. Yes, it's possible. But either way, I believe that every case has some precise truth behind it, waiting to be exposed.
Yes, I agree. And at the very least, the family of those missing girls deserves some sort of explanation. I just imagined for a second what I would do if Lynette were to suddenly disappear. I'd pay any price to get her back, and then find a way to track down the culprit.
Please don't imagine that, Linny.
Tak, nie jestem dla.
Hey, we're almost there! Look!
Ach, ten Wald. Dun, 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 dun.
Well, I really enjoyed chatting with you. Life should be full of pleasant little surprises like this.
Yeah, us as well!
I have an interview to get to. I should get going before I'm late.
Okay, Hyman hopes we can chat again soon.
Bye now. Oh, be sure to stop by and see me at the Steambird when you have time.
What a tough job. Always running around.
If you don't mind, how about we stop by my home first? Besides, I still have all the materials we collected.
Sure, we wouldn't mind at all. This is...
Połowa levela, połowa levela.
This is our current abode. Ah, Fremine, you're home. Where did everyone else go? I have some new friends that I...
Oh, they all just went out a moment ago.
I see. Everyone is getting busier now that Father will be returning soon. I suppose that can't be helped. Allow me to introduce you to my little brother, Fremine. He is a phenomenal diver.
Hello.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler.
Linny, could you come here for a moment?
What is it, Fremine? Do you have something to tell me? Okay, I see.
Is everything all right?
Oh, it's nothing. We were just discussing a little housework. Oh, before I forget, the Traveler and I collected more materials.
Yes, I went diving and gathered lots of materials. I was about to give them to you.
That's our Fremine, always quick with the underwater work. All right, I'll take these to the workshop.
Looks like rain.
Oh, shit.
You're right. But wasn't it clear and sunny just a moment ago?
I'm afraid that's just how it is here. It often rains on days where there are trials being held in the Opera House, but don't worry, it'll clear up soon enough.
What's wrong, Fremine?
There's a legend about the rain that I tend to believe. It's said that a dragon of water once resided in Fontaine. Though we don't when I was a child, my mother told me that if I want... Hydro Dragon! Hydro Dragon!
If it's an elemental dragon, then having the power to make it... Let
London.
Paimon try something. Hydro Dragon! Hydro Dragon! Don't cry!
Doesn't seem to be of any use. It is just a legend after all.
You know, you might be a more popular magician if you understood the concept of romanticism. Or could at least play along.
Sorry. It might be because we've never met the Hydro Dragon. Perhaps it can't be comforted by the words of strangers. It rained for longer than I suspected.
Was there something you needed to do, Linny?
Yeah, some preparations for the show at the Opera House. On the day of the performance, just ride the aquabus to the island of Aeneas. I'll have Lynette... What is it, Fremine? I'm in a hurry. Perhaps we could trouble the Traveler to help us take... I'm afraid that Fremine can be quite introverted. And the boss there tends to be pretty talkative. Fremine has always been a little afraid of her.
No trouble at all. Don't worry, we're on the case.
Sorry for the inconvenience. I'm quite useless when it comes to such tasks. I'll think of a way to make it up to you.
Oh, no need.
Pieniądze. Pieniądze. Pół miliona? Ja myślę, że to jest zacna oferta. Za pomoc.
Oh, hello there. New customers? Looking to buy, or do you need something made? Or perhaps you're just looking for a chat with me.
Oh no, we're just here to deliver some materials.
Ah, these must be for Magic Pockets. I could tell right. No need. They've already prepaid several batches worth, but they insisted on paying the full amount, saying that I had a business.
Wow. So,
I can't say for sure, but who knows? Maybe there's good money to be made being a magician and—
Hey! Is this machine what you use to make stuff here?
Why use your hands when a machine can do the work? It would be a waste not to use the latest technology. And wasting it.
But where does a big machine like that get its power?
Well, it's a little complicated. But basically, Everything we usually use here in the city is powered by indemnitium. It's a type of energy that's produced from trials.
Huh? How can trials produce energy?
Well, I'm not completely sure of all the details myself, but basically, when a trial is in session, the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale harvests people's belief in justice and converts it into energy to be used all around Fontaine.
So that's what its other function is? Paimon heard that the oratrice was created by the... But... Paimon still doesn't get it. How could something unreliable like people's beliefs be... Oh, yeah! So that means the Hydro Archon relies on the machine.
Even though I've never heard anyone really put it that way before, it sounds like it makes sense. Besides indemnitium, we have another type of energy called mumusia. It isn't produced by the power of the Archon, but it is unstable by nature. Even now, it still cannot be widely used by
I thought I'd find you hard at work, but here you are chatting the day away.
You again? Didn't I...
Yeah, but how do we know that you won't go running off by the end of this month?
Huh?
Seems business isn't so great for the workshop.
Hey, hold on. Before you go around trying to collect payments, why don't you settle your own debts first? If Confrere of Cabriere wants to poach clients from Northland Bank, that's fine. But I'm afraid you still owe the bank a hefty sum of mora. So why don't we work things out between us first, before you get back to your little conversation here?
Nienawidzę
You're
cię.
from Northland Bank.
Traveler, Paimon! I didn't think I'd run into you here in Fontaine. What are the chances?
We're surprised to see you too. What are you doing here in
Long story short, I've already been in Fontaine for some time now, but it seems that fate brought our paths together today. Now, either way you look at it, it seems things are going to get a lot more interesting now.
Pretty sure we'd want to avoid anything that you'd find interesting.
Hey, you, Northland Bank boy.
Don't interrupt. It's not often I run into the Traveler like this. Why don't you wait for me over there for a while?
You kidding? Aren't you the one looking for us? You really expect us to sit and twiddle our thumbs while you catch up with your... Listen to me, boy. If you want your...
Boy.
Fine. Why don't you come and...
Hey, I just said not to interrupt. Oh, by the way, Traveler, the last time I took Tonya and Tusser ice fishing...
Hey! That's way over the line! All right, boys!
Can you at least let me finish one sentence? Fine. Though the bank told me not to get rough with our clients, you're the ones who started it. This is an act of self-defense. You two will have to be my witnesses, okay?
Paimon's sure this will...
Oh god! Fucking damn it.
Shouldn't let your guard down.
Tyle? Tyle? Co to miało być?
Deal, Brad! How are you so strong if you're just a staffer from...
Oh, now you notice. It's a little late, don't you think? Just make sure you... Huh?
Haha. Haha.
Now's my chance!
Huh. That was weird. I'm not sure. It's as if I suddenly lost control of my hydro powers when I needed them. Maybe there's...
Strange. How could that happen? First time...
Never mind. It doesn't matter. If I want to stay...
So what are you doing in Fontaine, child? And don't say it's work for Northland Bank.
Well, I guess it's because I've been in a bad mood lately.
Huh? What kind of reason is that? Wait, since when do you feel down about anything?
I don't know. Maybe I still have a lot to learn about myself. But recently, there seems to be some sort of restless power stirring inside of me. And I don't know why, but every now and then I feel like I'm in a terrible mood.
Maybe you losing control of your vision just now.
That is a possibility. I can't remember if I ever mentioned it before, but when it was during that time I learned nearly all of my abilities. She was always quiet and very mysterious. Nobody knew where she came from or what she had been. One time, I asked her why she was willing to take me on as an apprentice. From what I could make of her answer, it was because I had a
But what is it?
She never explained that. In my dream, I was in the deepest depth.
A whale? Oh, that sounds...
It takes that shape because the scene.
So you used the whale as inspiration for one of your moves? Huh. Seems a little twisted to Paimon.
Wieloryb. Wieloryb. Wieloryb.
Why don't you just go ask your master? Maybe she knows the answer.
You make it sound so easy. But it's been years now, and I've.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm out of leads at this point. But there's. Oh, seems the time really flies when I'm talking.
What? More work for the Northland?
No, it's more of a personal appointment. Lately, I've been sparring with some of Fontaine's official champion duelists whenever I'm feeling bored.
Official champion duelists? You mean it's their job to duel?
Yep, in Fontaine, before a criminal goes to court, the champion duelists are all powerful, so engaging in such a duel is regarded as a and the worst case, though it's rumored that Fontaine has a death penalty. So really, the only people who opt to duel are those who have suffered a grave injustice and be.
So, do many people actually get out?
Apparently, it's exceedingly rare for anyone to actually win. Fontaine probably. Besides, none of the champion duelists are to be trifled with. Apparently, the one I'm meeting today, Clorend, is the strongest of the.
Well, that's child for ya.
Oh, before I forget, I want you to have.
Huh? Your vision?
I'm just worried that it could become uncontrollable again. I'd be pretty upset if it got. Besides, I just.
Paimon knows what you're up to. You just want an excuse to come talk to us again.
Whatever gave you that idea?
That sneaky guy. Well... Wow! Who could have seen that coming? The reporter who was barely around for most of the story was the murderer all along! Sorry. Paimon was just surprised, that's all. The whodunits here in Fontaine are a lot different than the light novels you... It's so exciting to reach the moment when the mystery is uncovered. Oh, sorry about that. Paimon will be more careful. Hey, shouldn't we... Lenny said that the opera house is on Aranias, so let's go ride the opera bus.
Łoboż. No to jest pierwszy etap. Pierwszy. Niedobrze.
Now this is fancy! Huh. Looks like there's a lot of people...
Oh, Archon. I don't know why you always feel the need to ask so much. I'll be happy as long as our child is healthy and... I guess if there are, kid.
Maybe this is one of the customs in fun...
Vache.
What's wrong?
Vache. Vache.
No, Paimon didn't say anything. Are you hearing?
Welcome to the Fountain of Lucine. All the water flowing through... Lenny asked me to wait here for you, remember?
Right.
What do you mean? There are a lot of people here right now.
Hey, you're not trying to scare Paimon.
I see. In fact, you might not be imagining things at all.
It's because of her sensitivity to the hydro element?
When do you cry, Paimon?
Wait, what?
Just answer me.
When Paimon's really sad? Oh, and when Paimon—
Then you should understand that tears contain your... Like I just mentioned, the Fountain of Lucine is where all the flowing water in Fontaine can... So maybe what you heard was the intense emotion coming from someone's tears.
So, what did the voice say? Huh. If you were hearing their emotions...
Rather than worrying about them, don't let that calm look of his fool you. He tends...
Oh, right. That...
Spera eplikler.
Ah, Traveler and Paimon. Good to see you. I knew you two would come.
Are you kidding? We wouldn't miss it for the world. We...
I can tell, judging, but you're actually right on time. The audience still hasn't started. The Opera House has assigned seating, so you always have to make reservations.
Ooh, front row seat.
Don't mention it. There's no need to keep thanking.
Hey, Lenny! Could you come over here and take a look at this?
Oh, I'll be right there. Seems there's an issue with the stage props over there. That's Cal.
Yeah, we'll just go to our seats. You go ahead, Lenny.
Trzeba teraz zobaczyć, czy jest takie miejsce, który był Lincoln. Mister Nouvillette. Mister Nouvillette. Huh?
Hey, Traveler. Maybe we should strike up a conversation.
Excuse me, I did not realize you felt awkward. I would be perfectly happy to chat with you if that is what you would like.
Oh, so you heard all of that, did ya? Wait, that's not it, Paimon's. Sorry. Oh, Paimon's got it.
A friend, you say? Well, if Mr. Linney would like to be my friend, I would be more than happy to reciprocate.
Oh, so you're not friends with Lenny then. Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just...
It is an honor to meet you two. I have heard of you, and as required by proper etiquette, I will also introduce myself.
Oh, Monsieur Nervillette. What an honor it is to have you here to see my show.
Ah, Mr. Linney. I should say it is in fact an honor for me to see your performance in person.
Wait, Nervillette? Could he be...
I saw you all chatting just now, but it seems you still don't know who must... Allow me to introduce you to Fontaine's Chief Justice. That seat is always reserved for him.
Iudex.
It wouldn't be too much to say that he's the symbol of justice and honesty here in Fontaine.
Ooh, sorry for being so rude just now.
No offense taken. Being Chief Justice is merely what I do for work. Nearly every person has their usual reserved seat, so I'm not so special, really. And by the way, I should probably let you know, even though I would prefer not to, there's someone sitting up there in the VIP seats that has been striking a pose for quite a while now. I believe she is trying to give you a most elegant and impressive first impression. So I think you should take notice of her sooner rather than later. Otherwise, she may become...
Huh? Oh, it's Farina, the Hydro Archon. Huh. She sure has a smug and satisfying.
Very good. That is for the best. No need to pay her any more attention. We may now enjoy the show.
Huh? So is this what things are like between the Chief Justice and the...
All right, please wait just a moment longer. I've pretty much finished my preparations and the performance will start.
Yay! The show's finally about to start! Paimon can hardly wait! Ooh! They're dimming the lights! The show must be... Darn.
Welcome, one and all, to the Opera Epiclese. I am the star of today's show, Linny. And over here is my sister,
Vita.
Lynette, who will be working as my wonderful assistant. Please, let's give her a warm welcome.
Hello, everyone.
I know she may seem to be a little sleepy right now, but that's just a sign that she's nervous.
Whatever.
Now, some of you may be thinking, two vision holders who can freely manipulate elemental powers. So, I would like to take a moment to assure you that elemental powers will have nothing to do with what you will witness on the... Both Lynette and myself have removed our visions for the show. That way, even the gods won't be able to help us.
Oh, good point. That's what makes the show real magic.
Now, without further ado, let the show begin. Lynette will... I know you might miss her, but don't worry. She'll be coming right back on stage momentarily. Perhaps in an unexpected way. Oh, and before I forget, there's one more thing I should say. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye.
Śmierć.
A magician's greatest skill is making things disappear or appear. The possibilities are endless. Huh? But this isn't what you came for. These little tricks, you've seen them all before. So it's time for something truly extraordinary, don't you think? This one's a little tricky. Using this water tank, I shall make my sister vanish completely, right before your very eyes. It's actually quite simple.
Czy to?
She'll just turn into air bubbles and float right out of the top. Oh no! I told them to check all the props carefully. With the lid on, even air can't escape. An amateur magician would be getting very nervous right around now. Luckily, it's me on stage, so let me show you what a true virtuoso can do. Lynette, are you still there? Don't go too far. We don't want to use up all our magic.
Hi, I'm back.
Uh-huh.
Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous.
Whoa! What in the world just happened? How did he do that? Paimon didn't see him do anything. Wasn't Lynette inside water tank? How did she disappear and then reappear out of nowhere?
If we could see easily through his tricks, then that would mean that his skills are still lacking. To appreciate magic, you should focus on the show happening on stage, rather than getting caught up in trying to see that which has been intentionally hidden.
Guess you're right. Paimon couldn't believe her eyes when Lynette reappeared.
Thank you, everyone. I'm glad you enjoyed that performance. But our magical journey has only just begun. I've prepared even more astonishing surprises for everyone here. The magic of transformation and disappearance can go far beyond what you've just seen. I'm sure many of you are thinking that escaping the water tank was impressive, in which case, I have ample time to make all necessary preparations. So, for my next trick, I will require the Please, if my assistants could bring out the magical... There are 2 boxes, and only 2 boxes. One is here, and one is there in the aisle among the audience. I'm sure many of our clever audience members have already guessed our next. Our lucky audience member and I will each
Co się
enter a
stało?
magic box. After 1 minute, we will each
to
emerge
jest?
from the opposite
Co
box.
to jest?
Now please, everyone pay very close attention to the box you see here.
Co
Don't give
to
me any
jest?
chance to make a move.
Co to ma być?
Hey, do you think this is all magic tricks, or does Lenny have actual superpowers?
The lucky audience member will be generated by this random number
Co
selection.
to? Co to
It
jest?
selects numbers entirely at random. Even I don't know who will be chosen to participate. Now then, let's begin. Let me see. Oh, please, come forward. My assistant will take you beside the magic box.
On już przeniósł.
I'm sorry, it might be a little cramped inside, but no need to feel nervous. We've carefully arranged everything for you to be as comfortable as... You don't need to do anything, but no matter what strange things may
Ułatwił
happen,
sobie.
don't come out of the box. If the magic is interrupted, who knows where you might end.
Dobra, teraz pytanie, na serio. Czy tak powinno być?
Fortress of Meropide.
Oh.
All right. Before I enter the magic
Zgaduję, że nie, ale...
box, there is one more thing I need to ask the audience to do. Could you all give me a countdown? Like this. 60, 59, 58. I won't be able to see anything in the pitch black box, so I'll be relying on your voices to know when time is up. Oh, and no tricks now. If you quickly count from 60 in just 30 seconds, then I'll be in a tough spot.
Ooh, Paimon kinda wants to count faster after hearing him say that.
No, that won't do. I can see it in your eyes. You still can't be trusted. Come on, repeat after me. 60, 50. That's right, perfect. Keep it going.
54, 53, 52? Why aren't you counting, Nervalet?
I am counting in my head. I think things are exciting enough in here as it is. Merely a consequence of my identity and personality. Do not worry about me. Just enjoy the show.
Oh, alright. You look so serious that
Który
Paimon
mówi
thought
le.
it might be 40, 39, 30.
Mr. Linney, are you all right in there? Is everything ready?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm just double-checking the direction of the magic. It would be a disaster if we get sent to the wrong places. For example...
Even though he's saying that, Lenny doesn't seem nervous at all. What was that noise? Did you hear it too? Not sure. Anyway, it doesn't...
25! 20! What's wrong, Mr. Linney?
I seem to have accidentally knocked over a decoration. I'm trying to fix it, but it's pitch black in here.
Never mind the decorations. There's no...
No, that's unacceptable.
19!
It seems things aren't quite going as planned. It feels like you're all starting to count faster, but that's all right. I know it can be 10 seconds and change is still plenty.
10!
Almost there
Halo.
now.
Zniknął już.
People is harder work than you might
Drugą
think.
budkę.
Even a master magician like me can't guarantee I'll get it right the first time. Hey, wait. Is this the back one? I can't tell. They both look the same inside. Huh? No, that's not it. I'll try again.
7!
Hey, slow down! Honestly.
5! 4! 3!
A tamtej nie ma. Została uprowadzona. Bruh, bruh. Bruh.
Is this part of Mr. Lenny? You're going to.
What happened?
Oh no. Maybe this isn't part of the show. The girl was.
This performance is over. Medical staff with me. Guards, secure the scene and
Yes, that's right. If this was just an accident, then we must investigate the cause.
No need to be alarmed, you two. We'll get to the bottom of this. Unfortunately, the person who is in the magic box has been pronounced dead. His name was Cowell, one of the assistants in Linny's magic troupe. Apparently, the fireworks on stage ignited the ropes that were suspending the water tank. As of now, we are still not sure why we found Cowell in the box, rather than the guest from the audience. And after an initial search of the area, the guards have confirmed that it appears that this incident was not merely some mishap with the performance, and there are many indications that it is connected with the case of the
That's the case that Charlotte mentioned before.
I know the truth. I say that our powerful magician, Mr. Linny, is now the prime suspect for the serial disappearances case.
Huh? Why me? This whole thing was an...
No, this all occurred during your magic show, did it not? The missing girl disappeared after being chosen, did she not? Now that I think about it, that whole speech about
That can't be right. He was in the box on the stage the entire time. Besides, before the show, he told us that he would like to catch the criminal.
Save discussion for a later time, please. Lady Farina, may I assume that your comments just now constitute an accusation against Mr. Linny and his associates, and that you are pressing charges?
I just think that he... Well...
But what Lady Farina said just now makes perfect sense.
A kidnapping and murder carried out.
I mean...
Okej, to jest głupie. To co ktoś miałby najpierw uprowadzać osobę, po tym, żeby zabić jakąś inną. Znaczy, praktycznie tą samą, ale... O.
That's right. I mean
Fuck.
you, traveler. You'll support Linny, won't you? After all, he was the one who helped you the Then there's but with Linny's help, so no more draws. Between the two of us, there must be a clear winner and loser. And...
It wasn't a draw. She obviously lost last time.
I understand. Charges have now been pressed, and as such, a trial is in order. Well, traveler, seems Lady Farina has set you in her sights. Are you willing to act as Mr. Linny's attorney and defend him in this
No
case?
siebie może obwinić. Znaczy... No, proszę.
Very well. The trial will be held a day from now. Linny and his troupe are all potentials. The audience may begin to leave in an orderly
A day isn't that long.
Ona się na to zgodziła.
What kind of case this big shot outlander can build in such a short amount?
Dismiss, bla bla. Nubilet.
Sorry about everything that happened just...
Of course! Who wouldn't be scared after...
Yeah, I'm a little shaken up myself. I know you already claimed that you would defend me, but now it's just us talking. Tell me, good to hear. I'm sure everyone sees me as the biggest suspect at this point. I don't know whether what happened there on the stage was purely... As for how that girl chosen from the audience could suddenly disappear, I'm afraid I don't have any answers. Even a skilled and knowledgeable magician like myself couldn't pull off...
Which is precisely why we need to investigate. As this book says, the impossible impossible could not have happened. Whatever happened must have been that which is possible. Paimon bought them when we were reading at the bookshop in the city earlier. Pretty cool, huh? Don't worry, Paimon used her own savings to buy them. It wasn't from our travel funds.
I think they look cute on you, Paimon.
You have good taste, Lynette.
That's the right attitude. Feeling depressed isn't going to help me now, but with the guards watching our every move, it's a good thing you agreed to be our attorneys.
Yes, thank you so much.
He's not dead.
Yeah, just leave it to us. Oh, since we're going to start investigating, Paimon has...
Oh, well, I'm afraid that would involve some of our...
The secrets behind our magic are past saving.
I suppose you're right. The truth behind our tricks is going to be important evidence that will be weighted to... 'Tis truly a pity. But if revealing our secrets, we should go somewhere else if we're going to discuss...
Alright, let's go have a look while the investigation teams are... Hello, officer. How's the investigation going?
Ah, I see. You must be the traveler that Lady Farina mentioned.
Huh? What do you mean?
Come with me and you'll see. The deceased is one of Linny's assistants, named Cal. Even though he hadn't joined the troop long, he was hardworking and everyone generally liked him. The assistants are usually in charge of setting up and inspecting the props,
No to trochę
as
go...
well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd engaged. As you probably saw when you were in the audience, the water tank suddenly fell and smashed. This is the real mystery. We've already searched the scene. However, if you look carefully, the box was positioned directly under the water tank. The ropes holding the tank were then burned by the pyrotechnics on stage, causing them to snap. All these factors lining up so perfectly makes it hard to see this as a mere accident. If anything, the more logical explanation is that the whole incident was intentionally planned, and Linny is the most...
But he doesn't have a motive.
Are you both good...
Well, you can't...
So in just a short time, he was not only able to win your trust, but even... I know there's no such thing as magic. I've seen a lot of cases, and I can tell you that Sorry, I tend to be pretty straightforward. Just anyway, you may investigate the scene of the crime yourself.
O, case record. Co to kurwa, Danganronpa?
So this is the rope that broke and caused the... The rope looks pretty durable. How can it be burned through so quickly by fireworks? Why are you suddenly so serious, traveler? Whoa. Look! This bit is made from different material. Most of it was burned away, but there's still a little bit of it left. Huh. So if a rope... Wait! Paimon should write all this down. Let's take note...
Danganronpa.
The
Quentin
investigation team
Tarantino.
has some new findings. Turns out there's...
See, I told you. What if the machine picked some...
Sorry to interrupt, but we're helping Linny and Lynette with their side of the investigation.
You're trying to help them?
Linny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience. Well, we thought there might be a serious problem with the machine.
It turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. The machine picks that same... I'm sure you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance. In other words, Linny knew who would be sitting where.
That much checks out.
Bet you see why I was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Linny.
Hello there. What are you investigating?
Oh, this location has also been cordoned off because the seats were all booked in advance. So we were able to Sure, it's not like this is confidential Her name is Halsey. She's a painter from Fontaine who's made a bit of a name for herself. Apparently, she wasn't a regular at the Opera House. The Magic Troupe members all claim not to know her. We have looked into her social connections. It seemed, simply put, she wasn't related to the Magic Troupe at all. Which...
Were the victims of previous cases also chosen at random?
That's how it seems to us, in any case. Apart from the fact...
Okay then.
No need to be so formal. It is of utmost importance that we...
Nie? Dobra, tamte gówno. Quiet.
I see that you're investigating the area. If you find any new and interesting leads, be sure...
We don't have too many thoughts yet.
Then why don't I...
The thud? Oh, you mean the sound that happened during the...
Yes, exactly. It wasn't terribly loud, but it's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Linny's trick with bated breath. So no one paid it much mind. I'm of the opinion that it may have been the sound of Linny's accomplice, Lynette, and when the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope.
But wasn't the noise we heard...
Perhaps the balance wasn't right, leading... Oh, that's true.
That does...
Lenny's still talking to the guards. It seems he'll have a... I think someone will be assigned to mod...
Hey, you! Yes, both of you! Over here!
Huh? You mean us?
That's right. If I'm not mistaken, you're also among those who wish...
Well, you're right on the more about that one.
Navia.
But who are you?
Have you never heard of this? From mediating disputes and provide... And I, Navia, have the honor of being its renowned president. Though those who play by our rules call me boss.
I'm Silver, her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
And I, Belus. Yeah.
Demoiselle's various daily needs and
Bruh.
affairs are...
Huh? Boss? Demoiselle?
Well, I am the second generation president.
My apologies, Demoiselle. Should you prefer, boss, I will endeavor to use...
No, no need. You don't have to call me boss. Just Navia is...
Okay, if you say so. Not that we're members of Spina...
All merely trifling details. Never... That's right. I've always kept an eye on the serial disappearance cases. Judging from the look of things, I find Linny an unlikely mastermind.
Really? We think so too! But how did you come to that conclusion?
Intuition, naturally. My unparalleled intuition. Farina sure was quick to point the finger at Linny without any decisive evidence whatsoever, wasn't she? But that's not uncommon for her. If you remember, the justice had to interrupt her and ask if she was pressing charges. Anyway, a trial begins the moment someone levels charges. And, of course...
Sounds more like you just don't trust the high...
Well, what's your opinion? I must admit that she can be interesting at times. All right, I've answered your question. Now...
Wait a minute! Did that answer count?
Well, I say it does. But don't worry. You won't hear any pointless questions from me. In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like it's an
well?
And why would that be? See, Silver and Malus?
Most astute of you, Demoiselle. I, too, no matter how wonderful the script or how fervent the audience, that if that can be done...
All right, that's quite enough, Malus. Anyway, I like your answer. You pass with flying colors. Now, I need to
preparations, following which our joint investigation shall commence. You two?
Wait! Since when did we become assistants?
Oh, well, I can be the assistant. Sure. Or your companion.
That's more like it.
Far be it from me to brag, but I believe that Demoiselle's intuition will be instrumental in uncovering the truth. You wish to save a friend from false accusations, and we wish to unravel the disappearances. In this...
You have a point. And what about you over there? What do you think? You seem like you've got something on your...
I have nothing to add.
Oh.
We'll be making some preparations first.
Sorry, but no one can freely enter or exit the...
No, we're not. Were you always guarding this?
Yes. After the Chief Justice gave the order, everyone coming in or out must undergo a strict inspection. So the missing girl couldn't have left from here. I doubt there was much opportunity then.
How can you be so sure?
Well, because I was in charge of security near the entrance at that time. I couldn't see Linny's performance from here, which was quite a shame. But still, I did not abandon my post. And I stayed put no matter how. We Melazines are good at that sort of thing, you know.
So, it's safe to say... Alright, thank you for your help. This'll be... We've checked everything of note here at the performance venue. Paimon wonders how Linny's discussion with the guards is going.
Understood. Then I will be going with you. Just so you're aware, I will be monitoring your actions and making notes as necessary.
Very good. Thanks for being so agreeable. I'd pull a rose out of my hat as a gift for you if I could.
You may spare the pleasantries. I'm just doing my job.
You've arrived.
Who's this?
Me? I'm Spina di Rosula's guardian angel. If you've got a problem, I've got the firepower.
Quiet.
Sorry, I got a little carried away there. Call me Navia. And these are my companions. Would you mind if they join as well?
Fine by me.
Oh, new helpers? I would be most grateful.
Well, let's just say we're tagging along. It's not every day you get to see the secrets behind magic performed on...
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
Aha, jeszcze. Yeah.
Huh? Below stage?
Yes, a world of secrets is hidden beneath this magic box, prepared specifically for this switcheroo. But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here? I'm not trying to be dramatic. Remembering the details of a trick will help you understand the methods used to perform it more easily.
Huh. Weren't there balloons and other decorations here?
Ah, good eye. That said, you're still far from discovering the answer.
The back? You mean the inside of the door?
Very good indeed. I thought you might not be able to catch. The back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board. So, if you put 2 and 2 together, what do you get? Exactly. All right, let's go. I'll tell.
Oh, so there was a passageway under the magic box!
I knew you'd figure out. The 2 magic boxes are positioned right above the 2 entrances of the See this flat? The box with the lucky audience member in it would be shuttled over.
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face in the right direction.
I see. So that's the purpose of the box inside another box.
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was...
So that's how you did it!
Once the box was lowered, the trolley would store some energy through this device here, with which it would complete the rest of the steps. The audience member would only be able to feel some...
Right! You were talking about...
Ah, yes. A phonograph. My assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the count.
And what about Lynette?
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
Oh, interesting.
That's how we were able to coordinate Linny's lines with the assistant. And by the way, I was the one who walked out of the box at the end.
I mean, we are twins. All it takes is a change of clothes and no one can tell who's who. And that's my favorite part of this trick.
No nie wiem.
Lynette and I
No nie wiem.
So that's how it all worked. Wow.
Lynette would briefly walk out of the box and then go back in, jumping into the tunnel and escaping before the box on the trolley could finish ascending. And then I walk out of the other box in the audience area, and the trick would be complete. The operative word here being would. But as you saw, Cal was in the box.
We really don't know how that happened.
If not for that interlude, this would have been an astonishing trick. I probably never would have figured out how you pulled it off. And yet, to think that someone was able to use this magic trick to commit a crime. Could we have a look around? I think we can come up with some more leads.
To jakby ktoś
This
wziął
is the scene of the crime.
dosłownie z
Lynette
Danganronpy.
to stay here.
Yes, of course. No need to be so
Które
strict
to
now.
było?
I won't disappear into thin air, you know.
Z tym, bejsbolistą.
Thanks, everyone.
Trójca.
We're counting on you.
Ile mam już? O. Pięknie. Niedługo. Fajno. Obo.
The floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
Speaking of which, why?
Oh, Paimon knows. It's one of those tricks where you pour water into a jug and then flip the jug over only for the water. And here's a broken vase.
That can't be. The trolley moves along tracks from start to finish. It couldn't have hit the vase at this.
Let's note this down too and think about it later.
Nie, no już można połączyć dwie rzeczy. Tu zbita waza z tym.
These are the clothes that the lady chosen from the audience was wearing, right? Her clothes are here, but she's
right. And do you really need to do that if you're kidnapping them? Ugh, this is so confusing. Paimon doesn't want to be a detective anymore.
Znowu zmieniła. Dublin.
Looks like a hook tied to the end of a rope. Huh?
Perhaps it was a prop for a different trick.
But whatever it is.
Nowego.
What is this place?
It seems someone could fit.
Huh. Could this have been the suspect's escape route?
Alone, perhaps. But if they had to pull another person with them, the space would be too narrow.
But there are no other ways in or out of here. Oh, you're right. Let Paimon write that down. Seems we're just about done investigating down here.
Yes. Let's head back up. ascertain the state of the crime scene. Let's find a place to sort out our findings once.
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle.
So, what did the guards say? Did the criminal escape through the vent?
They believe the odds of that are very low, since the vent leads to the Opera House's basement. The guards have checked the area carefully.
So the tunnel's become like a secret chamber then.
The plot thickens. Halsey's no wonder Farina was so confident in—
In other words, the charges are very—
Charges and then trial. So
that's right. This is how a trial goes in the Opera House. That's right. This is how indemnitium is produced. The statements from both sides, the defense, to put it simply, it's as if the oratrice has its own will, and is a judge in its own right.
This also precludes any kind of favoritism on the part of the Chief Justice.
Once both sides have finished speaking, the Chief Justice will make his final decision. Then, finally, the oratrice will be consulted by officials.
Huh? So that machine is the one that actually decides? Paimon thought Neverlet Cub.
In practice, there is very little difference. Both have always come to the same judgment. Which is why people have great faith in the Chief Justice. Ah, yes, the guards also asked me to convey that none of us will be allowed to leave this place.
Huh?
Because we've chosen to act as the twins' proxies.
They're concerned that we might be colluding with outside parties, or that we might find outside help to disrupt the case. And even if that were not so, it could prove problematic if we happen to spread key information about the case ahead of time.
I'm ready to break out at any time.
Whoa! There's no need for that! Paimon thinks—
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the lack of options.
In that case, let's just sort out our findings together here. Pity. I was hoping to take you to try some of Fontaine's famous dessert. I mean, what better way to properly think through our findings than over some tea and sweets?
Huh. Breaking out suddenly doesn't seem like such a bad idea. Just kidding! Just kidding! Paimon will still do her best, even—
What do you mean, no snacks? Of course we'll have snacks. If we cannot buy some, then we'll simply make some.
Huh?
Understood, demoiselle. Everyone, please come with me.
Wait, you're carrying a portable—
Yes, I must be prepared to meet the demoiselle's baking needs whenever the fancy strikes her.
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at the ready.
Good work, you two. Then I'll get to it. Please sit tight for a moment.
These three are quite the interesting group. And Paimon thought it smelled good while
Macaronis.
it was still in the oven. Oh, it's from the way you had these two guys carrying all that stuff around. Paimon thought you'd have them do more during the baking process, but you ended up doing the entire thing by yourself. Beating the egg whites, grinding almonds, everything.
I was applauding.
And I was giving encouraging smiles.
Paimon was just thinking. Aren't you worried about getting your fancy dress dirty, beating egg whites and
Well, I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere that fancy ladies can only read books, sip tea, ride horses, and play the piano. I just really enjoy making snacks. Don't
Oraz strzelanie z broni palnej.
It's a real arm workout. You also need to beat them to just the right consistency. Or anyway, give these a try. Fresh out of the oven. There's 3 for each of us.
Only 3?
Well, eating too many sweet treats might send all that sugar to your head. You wouldn't be able to think clearly about the case on a sugar rush, would—
Tea is ready to be served as well. No need for concern. I merely—
All right then. Down to business. As Paimon mentioned previously, the tunnel, however, we can assume that Linny and Lynette were not alone within it. The magician twins could have committed the crimes, of course, but they lack any logical motive.
Exactly! Why would they do such a thing right when—
The flower vase and the thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation between Halsey and the criminal in the tunnel, resulting in the shattering of the vase, the discarding of her clothes, and her abduction. Perhaps the criminal thought that since she was chosen from the crowd, she would be too
Paimon thinks that makes sense, but the real trouble is—
True. None of the clues we found thus far support the existence of this, but the only people left to consider are both technically victims. Whether it's the missing girl, Halsey, or poor Cowl.
Huh. Could Halsey have secretly made modifications to the magic props in order to murder Cowl before making her escape?
That's right. And even if she had tampered with the setup, she would need to understand the entire trick to pull it off. Nor does she have any motive. The guard said that she has never had any dealings with the Magic Troop's members.
Were we not through from the sound of things? This is turning into an impossible. Your macarons are amazing, though, Navia. They smell great. They're nice and crisp and super sweet.
They are my specialty, after all. And I see you've already had 5 of them.
What? 5? Oh, that can't be right. Paimon only counted 3. On it.
Please don't worry about it. At my age, a few less sweets might actually be...
No. Being greedy is one thing, but Paimon knows how to count. Besides, Paimon knows that if she ate too many, then others wouldn't have enough. Wait, even you don't believe Paimon? How could you? If Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons, then may they turn into stone in her stomach!
All right, we get it. Well, I suppose one of us might have gotten too engrossed in our chat and eaten them by mistake. No big deal. Malus, set up the stove again if you would.
Huh? What are you doing?
Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course.
Exactly. We don't want to trouble...
As you wish, demoiselle.
And I have the egg, sugar, and almonds.
Well, this really is...
Well, that's it for snack time. I'm going to have... I don't know what we're looking for yet. It would be awkward if you got all tongue-tied on...
All right, thanks for your help.
It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula. Silver, Malus, it's time to go. I'll be back if I find it.
Probability.
All right, it's time to put our heads together.
Okay.
We gotta get our defense
Czas
ready for
na
the trial.
małą przerwę.
Oh, it's probably gonna be a long and difficult case. There's no point in worrying about that now. We just need to prepare. Here, take Paimon's notes. They should help you review the situation.
A word of advice, don't break the law. Is there anything else? Yeah, seriously, don't break the law. If you ever see any stickers on my back, do me a favor and take them off. Malazines like to play pranks sometimes.
Wracamy. 8, 5. Ale to już? Dobra.
What do we do? The whole situation is so confusing. Good plan.
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects Lenny and Lynette, at least we will be supporting them from this. Besides, I doubt Farina understands any more about what happened than we do.
Thanks, Navia.
Best of luck to you.
Ah, finally, you're back. Well, how did your...
To be honest, you might be disappointed.
Okej, czyli w trakcie rozprawy będą kolejne te dowody. Dobrze wiedzieć.
No. We're already very grateful that you were willing to help.
Szkoda, że jest pokazywane. O, masz te listy.
Now,
Tyle.
don't you all look disappointed? Don't tell me that your investigation came up empty. That was to be expected, of course. The guilty can never produce proof of their innocence. But don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly
Since both parties are present, I declare that the trial regarding the magic show incident is now in session. Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes and results of the incident, could we please have Mr. Linney explain the trick?
Yes, of course. I will explain while Lynette demonstrates on stage. All the necessary items have been prepared.
Thank you, Mr. Linney. In that case, I take your statement. You ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began, and thus could not have committed the crime. Is this...
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In that case, I call upon the prosecution. Lady Farina, do you wish to...
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Linney is clearly lying. There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell. In fact, I'd say you were hardly in that tunnel at all.
That is simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Oh, is that so? And if I may ask, what did you hear while you were inside your box?
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built anticipation for the finale.
And you didn't hear anything else at all? Nothing that might leave an impression of any kind?
No, nothing.
I see. But when the count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud. One so loud that I believe practically everyone heard it.
Huh?
Hey, hang on. Something's not right.
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that...
I was right by the box and I...
Look at those scales. Could those mean...
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to use the words of the... Of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my foundations are rock solid. Tell me, aren't you and Lynette actually from the House of the Hearth?
The House of the Hearth?
No wonder they did something like this.
So the serial disappearances were the Fatui.
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage probably...
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with what happened.
Indeed. Then perhaps you could tell us everything that... Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure there is little that needs to be kept secret now. The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes the infighting and discord, I suppose. This was almost too... Good thing I made all those preparations.
Hey, Linny, what...
Order! Order! Mr. Linney, allow me to re-establish the facts. Lady Farina, first, when the thud was heard in the Opera House, you were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Second, you and Ms. Lynette are both members of the House of the Hearth. Are these claims true? Please answer my question.
I'm sorry. Yes, they're true, Your Honor.
I knew it!
Well, that's it. We might as well move on to this...
What should we do now?
Granted. In that case, what is your request?
Is that really necessary? They're already as good as—
The defendant deceived their own attorneys.
Order! Order! Your request is reasonable, and we shall adjourn. This trial will reconvene in 1 hour.
So you would stick to Mr. Linney's defense in that case, my dear audience.
Adjourn. Piękne słowo. Na zatrzymanie.
Well, this is awkward. I didn't think the Hydro Archon would dig all that up. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Paimon doesn't know where to start. We based our entire reasoning on the assumption not to set the wrong tone or anything.
I'm very sorry. I know you've clashed with the Fatui several times before. I wouldn't be surprised if just hearing, but our organization is very, very large, and the Harbingers have very different personalities.
Right now, we want to save people. As many as we can.
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster. I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, we could become good friends. That's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you. The truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything would see us spending more effort than we need to. Right. So, you be the judge. Heck, if I were you, I fear that I'd even struggle to trust me at this point. You met a Fatus who works as a magician, a trickster by trade. All by coincidence, too. But still, I'm asking you to trust me. I am no criminal. At least, not in this case.
Sorry. Please.
Well, you both say that, but... Right. Let's hear your answer first.
Of course. I'll answer any. We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has a consciousness. During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core is beneath it. From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick, with the objective of getting close to the core.
Is that why you needed a whole minute?
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which the core is stored.
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel, specifically to
Well, nothing. As soon as I reached that room and was about to investigate, I heard some— which should have been impossible, of course. I was quite certain that I was the only one in the room. That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to err on the side of caution and retreated the way I came. On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground, but the countdown was almost finished, so there wasn't time to give it any thought. After that, the homicide occurred just as you saw.
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we can about this nation's secrets in order to deal with that prophesized crisis.
That's the only way we can save everyone.
So, there you have it. The whole truth. It was never my wish to proceed under this cloud of mistrust either. But like I said earlier, you can be the judge. If you—
Well, Traveler, you decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
Okay.
Thanks for giving us a chance.
The current problem is that the scales are tipped pretty badly against you two. If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusation... Huh?
To jest ten, jak w Ace Attorney Chronicles. Gdzie trzeba było ławnych wykonać. Voice... Ja bym chyba skończył tego triala do końca.
Both parties have returned to their positions. Let us continue the trial. When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may continue.
That took long enough. At this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linney's perspective.
Based on operations and accounts of events, you can identify loopholes. Jak w Ace Attorney. Evidence clues during the investigation to refute any erroneous version of facts and replace them with new inference. Use your refutation to convince the audience to obtain more support from the people. When you find all incorrect content, complete the second refutation and unveil the truth.
As the countdown began, he entered the tunnel. When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and got into an altercation with Halsey, which caused the loud thud. He did not realize that the sound could be heard by everyone in the opera house. Finally, he used the vase to knock her out, before making her change clothes to prevent others from recognizing her. At this time, Cowell arrived in the tunnel, having heard that strange noise, and caught Linny red-handed. So Linny proceeded to knock him out too before stuffing him into that box. Afterward, Linny passed the unconscious Halsey to his accomplice through the magic box in the audience stands, before operating the devices such that Cowell's death would be ruled an accident.
Okay.
And there you have it. That's the truth.
Does the defendant's side have any objections to...
The key to refuting Lady Farina is the order of events. What Linny experienced and what he saw.
Dobra, jak to działa? From Bliney and Paisley's fight. Refute.
According to Linny, he left via the vent after entering the tunnel. He couldn't have had that altercation with Halsey.
Dobra. Dobra, to później.
Linny did not take part in the underground.
To mi się wydaje, że będzie to.
Linny went to the room that contains the Oratrice's core.
O!
Attention! Ace Detective Paimon has something to say!
Wszystko działa. Mastermind, widać. Trzeba mieć głowę... No, dobra. Grało się w Ace Attorney, to się wie. O co
Did
chodzi.
indeed go into the tunnel, but he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House basement, which is where the underground core of the Oratrice is stored. Once he reached that area, he heard a voice in what should have been an empty room. Since he felt something was amiss, he returned immediately. The crime scene had already developed by the time he reached the tunnel again, and in order to complete the magic trick, he did not remain there for any length of time. Finally, he reached the surface, and that was when the accident happened from his point of view. Therefore, he's innocent.
Boja.
other words, you believe that he knew nothing of the incident?
That's right!
My reasoning?
If that's the case, then if Cowell hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup meant to kill? Assuming that what you say is true, Linny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case. What would the point of killing someone on stage be?
Oh, they have a point.
That's right, you tell him! And that's why they're partners of mine.
Oh, well, your denial is very strident, I'll give you that. But what... Of course I do. If he had been in the magic box the whole time, how could he have not heard that sound? Why do you ask? You're saying that he wasn't?
Oh. Which is the evidence that Liney wasn't in the tunnel when the crime took place? Ten. Which is the evidence that Liney wasn't in the tunnel? Nie no, chyba strange sound.
That's right! Linny wasn't in the box or in the tunnel. That's why he didn't hear anything strange during the performance. This means that when the crime happened, Linny had already entered the basement via the vent. The same clue you used to disprove his alibi has now become the best proof! How do you like that?
Well played.
To think you'd use such logic. Well then, if it wasn't Linny who committed the crimes, then who was it?
An on-stage accident. Give a detailed count. Work. Those belonging to PSD. Dobra, czy mogę coś kliknąć, jeśli to nie będzie to?
Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member. Or the deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. Could there have been a third person involved? Is that really a possibility?
Those belong to Hazel. Dobrze, co?
Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member.
A, skąd ona miała wiedzieć? Ona nawet nie wiedziała. Styczność.
The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. Could there have been a third person involved? Is that really a possibility? Halsey is the missing
Mi się wydaje, że
person
to
and an
ona.
ordinary audience member. Or
Najpierw. O.
could there have been a third person involved? Is that
Ja spróbuję trzecią osobę. No właśnie.
Halsey is the missing
Chyba
person.
ona. Śmierć. A. Dobra,
The
czyli
deceased's
jednak
name is
najprostsze.
That can't be.
Oh, is that so? What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowell did and how he went from would-be perpetrator to victim. No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances.
O Boże. How we envisage Rani as having been unable to interfere with the crime.
It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent.
But how can I prove that there was altercation in the tunnel?
The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal.
Who is prime suspect? Currently.
Linny was not in the tunnel at that. The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's.
Currently? Where did the missing Hazley go?
Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances.
Czyli dalej.
It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Linny as well. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal.
Currently. Where the missing Hazley go? No, nie mogą uczestniczyć. Więc zmieniło.
Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. So there must have been some fear that she would attract attention. The sound we heard. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. So there must have been some fear that she would attract attention. The deceased's name is... No one entered or left...
Okay.
Lenny was not in the tunnel at that...
W ten sposób.
It would have been tough for both... Halsey's clothing was in the...
Proszę, ciuchy? Nie. Czyli... Aha, węd. Oj, gdzie przeszło? O.
What's wrong, traveler?
A, że...
Trouble figuring things
Okej.
out?
Look, since we're at a dead end, why not consider it just like the trick as it transpired?
No.
Only we knew
Nie podobało mi się.
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits. And it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real life.
Excuse my
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
Lenny was not in the tunnel at that moment. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's assistant. The vase was not broken by chance. It was used to cover important evidence.
No. To mi bardziej pasowało.
Paimon gets it! It all comes together if Halsey disappeared instead of being kidnapped. Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes behind. If there's a similar method where a person could be transformed...
Oh, just a moment, please. I do. How could a person ever be transformed into water? Must we really? Magic tricks are ultimately just illusions and misdirection.
Even so, I trust the travelers. The truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reasoning may open if we try to gather all the focal points that don't make sense. Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at his belongings, would it?
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end...
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be at an impasse, I believe that additional evidence may help us make more progress. Guards, please step into the lounge and examine the personal effects of the deceased, Cal.
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical progress that we feel must be shared with everyone post. We discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's baggage, each labeled separately. The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are... water from the primordial sea.
The primordial sea?
The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that he had an accomplice.
Bruh.
The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which the keyword dissolve appears many times. One of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday's date. It is empty. The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely that Halsey was chosen as some sort of test subject. As such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is, in fact, supported by sufficient evidence.
You've got to be kidding! People dissolving into water?
Could something so ridiculous actually be true?
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but...
Huh. If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? And if Cowell was targeting that girl... Wait just a minute. Could that mean... You two, with me, quick!
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partners?
Let's go. Just
Order! Order! It is undeniable that further examination of the deceased's personal effects has yielded some surprising results. But still, let us assume that these clues are indeed authentic, albeit with the understanding that Ms. Halsey has yet to be found. Guards, please continue examining the items along these Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence, so please continue speaking.
Of course. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues can be connected together.
Right! Like the metal hook! That one didn't make sense at all. Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water...
The deceased's name is Cowell.
Timing the dissolution.
The rope that strung the water tank up was lit by the fireworks and cut. As such, the water from the primordial sea...
Hide mechanism.
I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box.
Yeah.
Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick, but was instead...
It's Ace Detective Paimon's time to shine! In the original plan, Cowell would tamper with the water tank rope and the number selector securing his target. When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box. When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial seed inside it would pour down and dissolve Halsey. Afterward, Cowell would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel, with the remaining evidence being covered up by the water tank on stage. But he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank he...
That does make sense. That actually links together a lot of the more confusing pieces of evidence.
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I think they sound convincing now.
Now, it seems like the only point of contention remaining is the exact circumstances that led to Cal's death. His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to the situation.
On that note, the guards have just contacted me indicating that they uncovered new evidence. I shall now invite him on stage to share it with us.
Thank you, Your Honor. And we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea among Linny's personal effects.
What?
That can't be. Does this not... My dear citizens, my loyal
Okay.
Linny did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all. Indeed, he did leave the scene, having made modifications to the props beforehand. His accomplice Cowell then caused Halsey to vanish using the water from the primordial sea. But upon his return, in cruel avarice, Linny desired sole credit and prepared to do away with his partner in crime. Ultimately, he knocked Cowell out, and the tool meant to cover the crime up also became a murder weapon. Now, as much as I regret having come to such a viciously straightforward conclusion, it does seem that the famed Fatui is quite the cold-blooded and ruthless organization. Am I right, Mr. Linney?
We've used up all the evidence we collected. There's no way for us to make a rebuttal here. Is this the end of the road?
Oh no!
Huh?
Paimon can't think of anything seems...
Nie, to też nie było użyte. Maszyny losujące nie było. To skąd wiedział?
Using the water as new evidence was too good a move.
I think we've all seen enough now. And I believe this is indeed the... Now then, my good, no...
Excuse me, everyone, but I must interject.
Miss, I must ask you not to
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, would anyone here like to take a little break from all this debate and see a little magic? I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in the flesh, right before your very eyes. Please, do the honors, Mr. Linney. If you... What?
No offense, miss, but miracles like that are beyond my...
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? It often conceals the truth while presenting a fascinating illusion. But once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them once again? And wouldn't such a trick be the most marvelous finale to today's performance? Come on, Linny and Lynette, give it another go. But as the magic makers and stars of the show, I think I should leave the final performance to you.
I understand.
And voila.
Sorry.
Wait, isn't that Halsey?
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing so would lessen my sentence. I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one put on trial. I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me, and then before I knew it, she caught me.
Wiedziałem,
That'll teach you
że
to
to jest w budynku.
underestimate us three.
Where should I begin? I'm sorry.
What?
Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian, and I'm originally from Mondstadt. I heard that Linny's show was gonna be a real thriller, but I missed the chance to buy a ticket, so I stole one. That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there. But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away. Linny was the one who caught me in the act.
Hey, no wonder you look familiar. Liddy even mentioned that you were pretty skilled.
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but then the number selector chose. He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. I thought he was on to me for sure. So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee. I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box. There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance costumes. I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
Can a person even hide in there?
But I swear, I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I may be a thief, but I'm no killer.
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
This time, we need to tell the entire story from Lillian's perspective.
Paisley dissolved. Rope that has been fallen on the ground. Metal hook has been. Huh? Yeah. There's fighting between Iny and Coward. So. tu. Ona? Jak pokazać, że to ona robiła? Anna Arm before nice. No longer. Now, how would Hazley have reacted when the water from the primary season began to trickle in? No fajnie. I did indeed. Need. What did Hazley do? Yeah, check. What did Hazley do? Weźmy tego haka, zobaczmy. No właśnie. Nie. Cowell planned to use the prepared fruits for the magic tricks to dissolve Hazley inside the box. Jak ona zareagowała? Bije przez drugi na hak. Ja ci nawet pokazałem, że to nie. No oczywiście, że nie. Jak ona zareagowała?
The strange sound.
Było. A?
The flower vase.
Dziękuję.
Lillian was afraid.
And it's Ace Detective Paimon time! Having been selected out of the blue, her
No.
panic only intensified after she entered the tunnel and had water poured on her head. Hearing the commotion, Cowell leapt into the tunnel, only to discover he did not know that Lillian was not from Fontaine, but was a thief who made her way in by stealing mistakenly believing that the water from the primordial sea needed time to take effect. He tried to force Lillian back into the box. The two broke the flower vase during the struggle, but Lillian came out on top. With no way of escaping, she changed her clothes and... She knew that she would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward. So, she has been trapped in the Opera House these last 2 today!
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped 2 of them right under our noses. Talk about a sneaky thief.
At this point, all the events that happened in the tunnel have now come to light!
Ah, so that's the whole Bravo!
Now then, Lady Farina, do you wish to... Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended. As such, I request that the prosecution not leave the room before the proceedings have
What are you... No, I have no further...
Wow! Look at that!
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, the actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowell, selected his next victim. With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-selected young woman would be chosen. To cover up any evidence while committing the deed, Cowell thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water left behind after the young woman was dissolved. He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop and hot. He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box and stuck it to the box's lid. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine and thus fled the box with a loud noise. Realizing that there was trouble, Cowell entered the tunnel and met Lillian. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box. Lillian, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts of the opera house. As for Linny, he was in the underground structures within the opera house, and was thus ignorant of these happenings. From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that Linny, the accused...
Hooray, Linny and Lynette!
While there is much in Linny and Lillian's conduct, this case, at least, can be handed over to the Oratrice to make... As such, Linny and Lynette are officially declared not guilty.
Great work.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Next, I think we deserve... How did you find the water from the primordial sea in Linny's baggage?
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know!
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny, but you, yes? I'm sure you know what you must do to lessen your sentence.
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a one-way ticket to Coupon Town.
I was just following orders. We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui.
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed, you have become a liability to said higher-ups, yes? Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know, and seek the protection of the guards.
Yes, I'll tell you everything I know. Our boss discovered that the water can cause people to dissolve. It can also be made into a potion, which when extremely diluted, can cause people to experience unforgettable exhilaration. We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent more off it. The disappearances were also the boss's idea. I mean, this is the boss we're talking about.
And now he can no longer talk.
Such ruthlessness. I shouldn't have expected any less of them.
An outrageous act. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
So, we're just going going back now? That's true.
Traveler, Paimon! Please wait.
Lenny.
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you don't even want to look at me. But still, let me thank you again for defending me to the end, even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui. I guess. But regardless, I'd like the opportunity to set things straight. I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as myself. As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
The Knave? The one who controls the House of the Hearth?
That's right. And since we're here, back when our parents first died, Lynette and I were left wandering the streets. To survive, I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did magic. I took my sister through several... To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop work. Before long, an aristocrat came to me.
So you went from orphans to nobility just like that?
That was how we felt at first too. As if fate was on our side and we could say goodbye to those painful days. But I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he was really after my talent for magic tricks. He would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention, which he would then use to expand his social circles.
That doesn't seem too bad either. Better than roaming the streets at any rate.
It took a while for me to realize just how dark his heart really was. After one particular performance at a banquet, I discovered that Lynette was not on the same return vehicle as me. I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not come back. I went to that noble's bedroom and asked him about her whereabouts. The answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I...
Oh no. So he was gonna... But wouldn't Fontaine's laws deal with such people?
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to a... I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person. All I saw was the moonlit ground covered in...
So, she'd already taken care of that guy.
That's right. She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even discovered several girls hidden in a base... Father, I mean, the Knave, might have seen something in me, and so she made me an offer. The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, none will ever betray you. Indeed, betrayal shall never be permitted here. I was hesitant to trust her. I mean, I had just been, but she was also quick to
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
She has her own plan. She has gained permission from the Tsaritsa to first use the Gnosis' power when she...
So, she believes in...
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that crisis. Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort of water, thus further supporting the prophecy. All of us house members here, Lady Arlecchino herself included, are from Fontaine. We won't give up on defending our homeland. To us orphans, the only connection we have...
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pockets...
It's all right. I understand. I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the House, if you should need anything at all in the future, feel
bye, Linny!
Jeszcze ile tego jest?
Hey there. What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Were you looking for us, Navia?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to solving the serial disappearances case, though. Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
Besides, are you sure we're the ones who can crack a case that's been cold for decades? And given that there's new evidence from the trial.
Ah, I see. Well, I won't lie. I'm a little shocked to hear that from you. But I suppose you are just travelers who have only arrived in Fontaine. Sorry.
Don't say that.
Aw, and we were having so much fun investigating with you, too. It was like having new waters flowing into a stagnant mire, causing new... sorry about that. Wait, shall we have a farewell meal?
Huh? Do we really need to get that formal?
Well, I'd just like to have a proper ending to every important memory. Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't take up too much.
You don't have to twist Paimon's arm if Boss Navi is treating
Oh, wonderful! In that case, why don't we return to the court of Fontaine and head...
All right then, let's have our farewell meal!
Word of it. Nice.
Uhuhu. 40. 48. To zaraz. O cholera. Jeszcze.
Is there anything else? Yes.
Questy. Nowe. Tak.
Don't break the law.
Mniejsza. No nic. A myślę, że to będzie koniec. Na dziś. Więc do następnego.